Hello everyone. Good afternoon. Happy Saturday. It's Saturday again. Turn that down here, actually. Hope everyone is doing well this Saturday. Today, we are off to get more pity pieces again. That will be our life for a while, I assume. We are getting close. Yesterday, we only got 9 pities. I'm hoping that we can push that number up a little bit. Go a little bit harder today, maybe. Get lucky is also an option. We are, I believe, 67 out of 100. So 33 to go. That'll take a couple of days. Definitely by the end of next week, we'll be done. With pities, at least. And then later today is the Ironman podcast again. With Gallum and Quinny and Azure. I am not sure if People Skills is going to join us or not. It doesn't seem like he wants to. I don't know. He's on GTA stuff right now, so I don't know that he'll jump over for the podcast. Don't believe so. But that'll be in just under an hour. So kind of toward the end of our hour here, we'll start that up. But it's back out to Fogans for us. We need more memes. We need more pities. We need more of everything. 40 minutes-ish? Probably 52 minutes. From now will technically be podcast time. Has my camel learned the skill? The camel has quick steps. Huge. I just need to get a saddle for it. And then, of course, train quick steps, I guess, which is pretty annoying. Ooh, there's a portal. That's Auckland right there. Doing some Tom today? I don't know that I'll do Tom today. I haven't done any, or I didn't do any like yesterday after stream. So I have 0 like tickets or whatever. I'll need to grind it out a bit more later, but I have to hit the gym today. I've been neglecting the gym. Very aggressively neglecting the gym. Gotta get back to it. We need a Fogan stick skin for Guardian. Imagine. It seems pretty simple, but you know, more options are not a bad thing. I really hate making the trip out to Fogan's. It's pretty rough. That's probably the only bad thing about Fogan's. The rest of it is kind of nice. It's just so far. I repaired my gear, luckily. I thought I might have forgot that. Can you park DK there? No, they're attached to each other. So anywhere the Ranger goes, the DK kind of like gets dragged along with. That's how the tag system works. So if I run all the way across the world from right here and I swap to DK, my DK will be wherever I left my Ranger. That's lame? Yeah. The benefit is that they share the same gear. But because they share the same gear, they share the same location as well. Alright, let's just get started already. Let's just jump right in. I have 33 loot scrolls. That's not ideal. I don't know what we're going to do in the future, but for now, we're just ignoring the glaring problem. And we're just going to go. We're just going to do it. The item has expired. Great. We ignore our problems until they go away. That is the current philosophy. One day the problem will go away. It won't be today. It won't be a week from now, but one day. All right, let's roll. We need, we just need 3 really juiced hours today. If we get 3 10 plus Atanus hours, then we're done. Should be easy, right? It's only a little bit unheard of. The average is 3 an hour, so it's only a little bit unheard of. I have a question. I have a really hard time committing to a class, and I end up constantly swapping and looking for something new. What are your thoughts? I also do that. We call that a chronic reroller. That's me, hello. My thoughts are that the game currently allows you to be a chronic reroller, sort of, with the tag system. When I was a chronic reroller, we didn't have the tag system, so I was constantly selling my gear and buying it back on the market over and over again. So what I can say is you probably haven't tried every class, and if you have tried every class, you definitely haven't like tried them all the way to 61 and really like taken the time to learn a combo and stuff like that. So I would personally probably just go look at combos of various classes. Start with the ones that you think look coolest. There's a combo guide for every class on YouTube. There's probably 100 combo guides for every class on YouTube. And just see how they play. Because sometimes the feel of a class is important, so... and they all feel a little bit different. And then keep your main class as is and just tag anything you want to try. Don't roll your main class. Whatever it is, even if you hate it right now, don't roll it. Just tag and don't play your main class. And then what I'll say is you need to hold yourself as well. So a big part of my problem is that I found a class I thought I wanted to play, got really excited about it, fully committed to rolling to it, and after like 2 or 3 days, I didn't want to play it anymore. So you need to hold yourself to a predetermined time frame, right? So if you pick a class, you tag it, you're really enjoying it, hold yourself to it for a while before you fully commit. You don't want to come out the other side with buyer's remorse. You will find your class, though. Even I found a way to stop re-rolling. Do some Tom today so it doesn't get lonely. Me and Aaron can take a break. Fair enough. I think Aaron's probably just dipping every day. Just doing a little bit every day. I'm not sure, though. But I didn't have time last night after stream, and of course, I had to go to work super early this morning and just got off, so. It's exactly why I'm still holding on to Pen Blackstar after 90 hours. Yeah. Yeah, that's a hard thing to swap. You'd have to wait for reroll coupons and stuff, which are pretty rare. They used to sell them in the Pearl Shop, the reroll coupons, and they cost $30 each, so it was $90 to reroll your weapons. But the community had some backlash for them about that. The sheer cost. I don't think the community cared that they existed. I think that the fact that they were $30 was a big problem. But you know how PA is. They got to get their money. It's weird when I like a class, I feel it lacks something that I like in general. For example, it might lack AoE or fast-paced play. Here's the thing. if you have not spent a long time on a class, you don't know. And it took me a long time to learn that. I would try a class for like a week and decide I didn't like it. And then I'd go look up a combo guide and it would actually be like crazy. It would be really cool. Like class mastery in this game is huge. So things that you need to ignore when you're trying new classes is what your clear speed feels like, because you're going to have a bad clear speed. It doesn't matter what the class is. You don't know how to play it. You're going to have a bad clear speed. And also the pain points that you feel, like where the combo feels hard to do, or if something just feels like tough, or it feels clunky. Those are things that experience will take away, right? So those are the things that if you're feeling bad now, but you like everything else about the class, then practice on the class will make it smoother or make it faster or make it more comfortable, whatever it is. Really fills the gaps. Also, AoE doesn't matter that much. No class struggles so much with AoE that they can't keep up with other classes. And most classes have the same size AoE. Not on every skill, but on the ones that matter. The main differences will be things like range or melee or magic, combination of them, and what sort of role you want to play if you like PvP. Classes have different roles. And then the third factor is how hard you want to work in PvE. But keep in mind that you get to play 2 classes at all times. So if one class that you're looking at has 2 of the 3 things, then maybe your tag should cover the gap, right? Almost no class will have everything, though. You kind of need the tag class to fill in the gap. We like Awakening Megu, but everyone's saying she lacks AoE and hard to play. Who cares? So what you're telling me now, you're playing the game and you're like, man, I really like this class. And I'm having a good time. I like the way it looks. You like the way it plays, whatever. And other people are telling you not to play that class. Don't listen to the other people. No class in this game is hard to play, and that comes from a person that has played almost every class in the game, including Ninja, which is often considered the hardest class. It's just that experience, right? Spend the time to learn it. The AoE on Awakening Megu isn't even bad, so I don't know who's telling you that. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. And it probably is harder than things like an Awakening Witch or a Guardian. Sure. So what? Play what you enjoy. Don't let other people talk you out of it. You're here to have a good time. And the community of BDO is not focused on enjoyment of the game. The community of BDO is focused on efficiency. That's all they understand. If it's not the top 3 classes, they're going to tell you not to play it. But what I'm going to tell you is that you should play literally anything that you want to play, because that's the point. Tom looked bad today. You got absolutely carried initially though, so like, it's totally fair. Suck Ninja was really hard. Couldn't sync my hands and my brain. Yeah. And I played Ninja for a year. And I could say like, most classes are easier than that, and I don't think any of them are hard. I don't think you'll have too much trouble learning Awakening Megu. If you're looking to be like #1 PvP player on Megu, then yeah, it's probably going to be hard. But if you're looking to have a good time on a class that you think is cool, you could do that with any class. What's your top 3 fun classes? 3 years ago, Zerker, before they killed it. Awakening specifically. I also really like Ninja a lot, and then probably Succession Guardian, number 3. Mostly for like GVGs and stuff, I liked Succession Guardian. The loot from the fish from the 2 spot, I always get 1. Oh, tragic. Thank you for sharing your honest thoughts. It's no worries, man. We're here to enjoy ourselves, and people have forgotten that. This isn't a job. It's a game, exactly. Man, I gotta do something with these blackstones. They're so heavy. Carry 2k trash at a time, that's pretty bad. That'll be 6 trips to the horse this hour? At least. Podcast sounds sweet. It'll be the second one. We did do one, I think, like 3 weeks ago now. I don't know. It's the Ironman podcast with the other Ironman folks. Think stamina changes on Zerk will be just too much for him. I didn't even look into the Zerk nerfs because I don't care. Zerker was already not a good class outside of Arena of Solaire. That's where all of the complaints came from, is Arena of Solaire. It actually is an underperforming class everywhere else. But, you know, I don't care. I never cared for Succession Zerker anyway. I always played Awakening, and they killed that 3 years ago for me, so... Can you store them on the horse while grinding? Is that against the rules? It's against the rules. Also, if the horse goes overweight, which it already is, you can only store 1 item and overstack like I do. If I get 2 items on it, I won't be able to overstack. Yeah, on YouTube later, right? The VOD, yeah. So the stream VOD from today, because we're live on YouTube right now as well, will be where you'll find it. I won't make a separate video for it or anything. But it is called, the title is the same as this one. It says podcast in it. It'll be easy to find. But it'll start in 35 minutes or so. If you're going to be around. I don't know how long it's going to be. I didn't organize it. I think PO is probably best game for life scaling and combat. Also kind of fun to just run in circles and practice combos. I'm not sure about life skilling. I think there are probably games that do life skilling a little bit better. But certainly combat, if you like the action combat style. The main problem with BDO is that there's just nothing to do, you know? You just run in circles and that's it. Trash is fine while grinding? Yeah. Otherwise, like, I'd have grinded for 6 minutes and had to go all the way back to town, right? But if we can stack trash, then I can actually do full hours. Which is kind of what BDO is measured in. Mainly because your buffs last an hour. I have 1,000 blackstones, almost 1,100 blackstones. We need to make some Caffers or something to get rid of some weight. Or we could see how many blackstones a helmet needs to go +1. I think it's like 1,100 probably. I don't know. Also, Nuver is in, what, like 20 minutes or something? I don't know if it's going to be a Bloodstorm or not. Altera's not real. People Squads quit because of that item. I don't think that's why he quit. And I wouldn't say that he's quit either. He just had been looking forward to Throne and Liberty for a long time and is now doing some GTA roleplay stuff. He has been getting really unlucky on it though, to be fair. Very unlucky, yeah. Kind of like my previous Ironman luck. We were 3 for 23 for a long time on Tet accessories. And I had croned most of them. I think we failed like 9 Narc earrings. And like literally stopped going for them. We had failed so many times. I spent months at Mansions and left without a Tet Narc. That's how bad it was. Hey, Aqua. Afternoon, evening. Hope your weekend is going well. Months is crazy, yeah. All of our... So we tagged Corsair. We got Corsair as a tag. The entire month we were on Corsair, we were at Mansions. And then the next tag was Musa, I think. And a good portion of the Musa month we were at Mansions still. 0 to 29 for Tet accessories. Are you using a 100 stack? Gonna play Throne of Liberty? No, I have no interest in Throne of Liberty. I don't care for the combat style. I don't like hotkey combat. What's your gear right now? Exclamation gear at any point, but it's right here. We're pretty juiced. Problems Corsair? It was actually okay at Mansions back in the day. It was okay. Not ideal, but it was okay. Started with 90, I think? Yeah, so 10 accessories, you should always start on a 110 stack. Because that's the quote-unquote soft cap for success rate. I would never enhance below that, because the difference between a 110 and anything less is pretty big. It's a 30% success rate on a 110. And what's a 90, like a 26 or something? It's pretty huge. Finished my first Resident Evil Remastered gaming session. Wow, how stressful those games can be. It's funny. We ought to play Resident Evil. I think I have the new number 4 or whatever. Because my girlfriend made me buy it because she's like, oh, let's play this together. And then we played it for like an hour together, and then that was a year ago. So, yeah. Tank controls are still outdated as well. It took me quite a while to get used to it. We need Pal World back. Pal World needs some updates. Another Tet roulette? No, I don't roulette. Rouletting is a not smart way to get gear. We're doing it one at a time, trying to build stacks. I think I have a 80 something stack, like a mid 80s stack built. I'm hoping to build a 100 stack, but we're getting pretty close to pity on Tet bigs. So We'll keep going on the bigs until they go tet, and then we'll pick another piece and do the same. Hoping to make 100 stacks. Getting pretty nervous about my current stack though. We might have to save it and build a second one that's close. Then bounce back and forth or something. I don't know. Maybe PA punching me for my pen Blackstar on second hammer with 196. You used a higher stack than most people do, so. Really good games though. Pretty much top notch when it comes to survival horror, for sure. What CPU, GPU are you running? It's an i9 10900K and a 3090. Wanted extra DNA to go for T10, got Doom, tragic. Probably won't even be able to sell it either unless it's a male. Camera angles are so cool and terrifying, never know what's lurking at the end of this hallway. They kind of like set you up that way too, right? And then they get you used to nothing being there. And sometimes there is something there. Told you like I had very bad luck with pop piece, went to Augment History for knowledge, dropped 2 compasses, and less than 1,000 mobs. Think I'll suffer now for the last piece. If it was Augment, it was the Augment piece, and if it was Histria, you most likely got a Vodkin. And the good news is that if you have both the Augment and the Vodkin piece, you are no closer to the compass than if you didn't have either one. Because the only piece that matters is the Elton piece. So, good luck, man. If I had both an Augment and a Vodkin piece, I wouldn't even commit to going for the compass. That's how far away you are still. But if you get an Elton piece, then you're basically done. Also, met Macalatte, Gyphon earlier. I haven't died there in like forever. Yeah, you just get kind of like negligent, right? It's like, it's so comfy there that you're like, yeah, this place can't hurt me. And then you get like the brain lag. And you just like forget that purple exists after a butcher or something, and then bam. Happens to the best of us. I found 1.3 hours of grinding to get Elton piece. That's maybe 300 hours of desperate Elton. Yeah, that's pretty unlucky. Limited knowledge on this, but what the Elton piece look like after identification. It is a circle with a little key piece. So there's 3. One of them is a circle. That's just the circle. That's the Augment piece. One of them is like a little key thing. That is the Vodkin, and then a circle, a little circle and a key thing is the Elton piece. Good luck. Could probably pull it up on Google or something. Let me see if I can actually see it. Yeah. Let me switch the camera for you. And then we'll zoom in. So the little circle with the little key piece over here, that's your Elton piece. This one is Achman. That one's Vodkin. Some little mob blocked my movement and got cooked by purple AoE. Yeah, tragic. I always like, whenever I'm moving, I always do no collision movement. Always. Even if it's slow, I always do no collision. For that very reason. How's Desert Fogan? Terrible, to be honest. But it's the only place left that works toward two things at once. Being memory fragments and potion pieces, so here we are. It's actually okay for Atanis, but it's really not good for scrolls. I think I get between 10 and 15 scrolls an hour. Skipping the boss, I'm like, the only boss that matters is the Bloodstorm version, and I don't know if it's going to be Bloodstorm or not, so I'm a little on the fence. We might try to run to it. We're pretty close to it. So we might try to run to it. If it's Bloodstorm, I'll probably be dead before we get there, though. I don't know. But it's in, I guess, 7 minutes. Red Karma guy came to hunt everybody, so I just mapped the ground and took a break. Yeah, fair enough. So I'll say, especially because Tamer main movement doesn't have collision, but for some reason I use my pack-to-pack skill. Yeah, I messed you up. Imagine having collision on movement. As a Zerker player, every single thing you could possibly do to move has collision. And it is the most annoying thing ever. You'd have to like... You'd have to jump, I guess. Do your giant leap to get away. Get out of the pack, or do the stupid like side slide thing that turns you 90 degrees. It's really bad. Francis Zerkerman always dies in Olins when the mobs around us. Yep. Because we can't get out. Every other class has non-collision movement. Zerker doesn't, so he just dies in there. Yeah. Zerker, man. Does Crescent's not drop both the Tannis and scrolls? It does, yeah. It's just not good for scrolls. Relative to pretty much anywhere else. Gaha's is much better. Achman History, of course, are better. Pilaku is better. But none of those places drop a Tannis, right? Crescents is even worse, believe it or not. For scrolls. And also worse for a Tannis. I don't know how that works out, but... You do Dekia Sulfur Pilaku for the map piece on your main. I already have the map on the main, so there's no point. But no, the Dekia versions are slower for the map. The only benefit is that you make a little bit of money. You'll take more time, but you'll make a little bit of money. The only thing that's worth doing as far as treasure pieces in Dekia is History, I believe. Because it has a similar average to the Desperate Rotation. Do we risk it? Do we risk the maneuver being a bad maneuver? And we run over there? I guess we can at least head in that direction. Yeah, let's turn off the loot scroll and head in that direction, just in case. Just in case. If it's not a Bloodstorm maneuver when it spawns, I'm just coming right back. I'm not even going to bother killing it. Oh, also we're on Arsha, so that's kind of a problem. Let's get off Arsha. Got anything to lose? My time. Because if it's not Bloodstorm, it's just a waste of time. Fine, we'll head that way. It spawns in 2 minutes, so we'll have a good snapshot. Get closer to that helmet. We need the wing for the armor piece is what we really need. Once we get that, then we will have the main things that we need. But if it's not a Bloodstorm, then I won't get any of the pieces for either piece. Also, we're in Awakening, so I will probably die if it's a Bloodstorm. Is it regular? It's regular. Return route. Tragic. I tried, alright? I tried. What's your goal gear-wise to grind Ash? I'm undecided on exactly what we'll run. But probably like, man, 289, 380, we'll go try it. See how it feels. It'll technically be doable on Succession if I dodge a lot, but I don't really like being mega sweaty, especially for the length of time we'll have to be doing it. So if I'm not comfortable with how that feels at that gear score, then we will go get more gear and revisit. If that makes sense. Three's a bit sketch for sure. I used to do 370 on my ninja at Ash Forest, but I'm not gonna have the Pearlius Star or food buffs. But Ranger has range, so it makes it like you can kind of kite in Succession, and your PvE iframe takes you really far, so with Ranger it's a lot easier. We sort of picked Ranger, a lot of why we picked Ranger was for Ash Forest. There are better classes for Ash Forest, but there are not a lot of classes that could do it with so little gear. Even if I had 401 DP, I would be really squishy still because of no food buff, which is 6% monster damage reduction, and no frenzy probably, which is, you know, HP regen. We're going to be missing a lot. Our artifacts are going to be bad, our crystals are going to be bad, our gear is going to be bad, We're not gonna have food buffs. It's gonna be miserable. Hey, Death Sands, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Let's get back on Archer, shall we?
Hello there.
The cells are dead, just followed.
The cells are dead. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. We should probably get deleted just as fast even if we had a bit higher DP. Exactly, right? Wish I was doing Ash with less than 280 DP back then. Just sidearm and be iframe. There's a better iframe. There's a PvE iframe skill on Shift A or Shift D, the one that jumps you really far. So I'll easily be able to keep my distance and spam an iframe forever. I'm not in succession, so I can't actually do it. Yeah, this skill. That skill, but in succession, it's spammable in succession. It's a PvE iframe. Doing good. How about yourself? Doing pretty good. No Atanus yet, so, you know, could be better, but what are you going to do? It's also an iframe. I'm a ranger main, I didn't know. Yeah, it's a PvE iframe off cooldown. You could just spam it.
Hello there.
Illogical just followed.
Illogical, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. In before PA removes the PvE iframe on it. Just before we get to Ash Forest. Oh, we should turn our loot scroll back on. Huh? Our server also? We already swapped our ship. There's just no RBF symbol anymore. They removed that. About 7 years too late. How do you get loot scrolls on Ironman? That is an interesting question. One of the ways is Pit of the Undying. At the base level, you get 1 loot scroll a day. At Pen, you can get 2.5 loot scrolls a day, equivalent. The other way is Shikatu seals. 20 seals is 30 loot scrolls. The main way people do it is through their challenge tab and login rewards. They just hand you loot scrolls like crazy. Those I don't have access to though, and that's why we're actually struggling for loot scrolls. On the actual Ironman I never struggled for loot scrolls. I did Pit of the Undying for 3 months and then never spent any of the tokens on loot scrolls by the end. Because I just didn't need to. The login rewards and stuff kept up with it. But that is not the case on this one. Where's the Enhancement? $40 and nothing.
Hello there.
One Hazen just followed.
One Hazen, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Alright, I should probably run to the restroom before the podcast. So maybe we'll do that really quick. Maybe we'll see how good my potion and fairy are. And I will just stand in some bops. I'm thinking about trying an Ironman, but I really don't want to make a new account for it. If you're on like NA or EU, you can just switch to NA or switch to EU. You don't have to like buy a new game. But kind of like you can't really just like make a character that is an Ironman because all the extra stuff, right? All of the like adventure log stuff and pets and tent and all that. Just come back to the game. How do I start the quest line to Ulukita? I think you need Medaya done, but if you're doing it for your Ator shoes, there is no quest line for Ator shoes. After 3 failed attempts to make something that people wanted to do, they gave up, and the Ator shoes don't have a quest line. Also need Valencia? I don't think so. Because I haven't done Valencia, and I can do the Ulukita quest line, I believe. I could be wrong, though. But pretty sure it's just Medaya. It says Valencia too on the pre. That's weird. Weird they would add that in. Maybe I have done Valencia on this account and I just didn't know. Yeah, I guess I have done Valencia. Weird. Alright, let me run to the restroom, and the podcast should start somewhere in the next 5 minutes, give or take. But give me a minute here, I'll be right back.
Oh, we got Mr. One Tap his Voltara belt in here. My bad.
I might have to restart Discord for
Yeah, that is crazy.
administrator or whatever.
Here already.
You can't hear me.
I guess we can just get started. Here. I'm playing World of Warcraft right now. New expansion came out, so.
Okay, let's close Discord here. Closing Discord is a nightmare. Also, I don't know where the... Maybe I don't have it set up to go in there. And then we find Discord, and we right-click it. Run as administrator. I should have done that earlier today, but I didn't. Okay. Okay, we good? I assume that you can hear me, hopefully.
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Alright, I had to restart for admin.
You're good, you're good. Welcome in, welcome in.
Can you guys hear the Discord? Those of you in
Hey,
chat.
it's working this time.
Nice.
I got it figured out. It was
Can hear? Okay. Very
even
cool.
though it wasn't being used on OBS, it was like
Once you give anything, skip going straight to Peridot, leave quest chain. It gives a pet.
setting to get it to turn off, so that's what was happening.
Oh yeah. There we go.
Oh yeah, I forgot to turn the cameras on, my bad.
All good.
So many quests, yeah. There's.
Look like a little...
It's only like 1,000
My hair's
Only like-
crazy
Yeah.
today.
or 2,000 quests even.
It's getting too long. I'm trying to grow it out.
Let's go.
I want to try to like grow it out to like shoulder length, so
Let's full on weight here.
insanely crazy right now.
Let me.
Sheesh. I feel like if you had it forward like that and you put a lip ring on...
Yeah. That would go hard.
Glad the overlay is not working. Wait, maybe it's starting. There it is. It's very small though. I can't make it bigger either.
Trying to do
Having
some
camera
weirdness.
issues. All good.
Is my camera working or no?
It's not. No.
It's not? Oh shit.
No.
Okay. Hold up.
It's very small, but in the upper left there, you should be able to see a light up of who's talking, if you guys are wondering.
Is your OBS on?
Yeah. I tried to take it so that I don't see my camera, but I think I've just removed my camera from the entire call. Hold up. Let me disconnect and
A
join
lot of
back.
people talk about auto fishing for those plump boys. What people can buy with them? You sell them for 500k silver, I think, right?
No, that's
Or are you talking about the plump coelacanths? You're probably talking plump coelacanths.
Uh-oh. What's he done now? My camera. There you go. Is that
These
working?
dreamy crystal of balances
Nope.
will take your tri Kaposha to pen, guaranteed, if you get all three of those. So you get a try to pen Kaposha for free with that. Yona fragments are also pretty solid. Magical shards are pretty solid.
Let me restart this call.
Okay. You all good, Sigloop?
Yeah, we're
No
good.
camera, I'm assuming. Okay, awesome. Waiting for 20 then. I think that's good, right?
Yeah, I'm chilling.
Recording if you want to. I'll let jump.
You just need to get base Kaposha to pry, do on try, or it has to be try? It has to be try already. So you'll get the try from level up rewards in your Y tab. Once you hit like 61, 62, 63, so on, you'll get various Kaposhas. Kaposhas can be exchanged for any other Kaposha. So once you get the first one, which I think is a ring, you can swap it to be a belt or a necklace or whatever you want, and then enhance it to pen immediately with those. And it has unlimited exchanges, so don't feel about moving it around as you get gear and stuff.
There you go.
There we go. Awesome.
Let's go.
Beautiful. Now we're working. Sweet.
All right. Welcome in everybody to episode 2 of the Tax Evasion Podcast. How's everyone doing?
Good, good.
Chilling.
Good, good.
Awesome. So today we're gonna be talking about something a little bit interesting. It's more of a hypothetical thing. That is not going to happen most likely, but I just wanted to discuss the potential, like how it could be implemented. Any good ideas? I already sent you it a few days ago or like a few weeks ago, but so I just wanted to kick it off, starting talking about the potential for an official Ironman game mode. Obviously, they've never even like signaled that that could be a thing, but I think it'd be fun to just talk about how they could implement it and all of that stuff.
Yep. All right. Well, I suppose I'll go first. I guess it's something I've spoken about for a long time. Given I've done it for so long, I've spent a fair bit of time thinking about how it could be implemented and what way that they would best do that. Because the root of the real issue is that. Sorry, hang on. Sorry, I had to clear my throat. The real issue is like monetization, right? So if they're going to spend time and resources into a game mode, they have to find a way to monetize it. And the current way or the current meta for Ironman is free to play. So it kind of fails the first hurdle.
Yeah,
if you look at it in that regard. So taking away I guess, issue of being free to play, it requires a rework of the current Pearl shop, I guess. So let's assume that Pearl Abyss is interested in entertaining the idea, and they want to actively develop it. I've thought of a few ways that we can modify the Pearl shop. It requires a fair bit of limitations.
Have a good night,
just
Aqua.
heavy change on how the Pearl shop works.
Sleep well.
And stuff like that. So like costumes cannot be melted for crons, so they're purely functional. I think the benefits of like the 8-set premium effect is definitely something that's still useful, and I don't think it's too game breaking as far as access to pay to win as such. But things like carry weight and the tent and all those creature comforts, I think they're just things that we've learnt to deal with, especially, I guess, I don't know how you guys have gone, but on my current Ironman, using the loyalty shop to get like 200 extra LT and then having the fairy, kind of okay, but the real problem I've only run into is at like the new Dekia Histria, where you actually have to use storage maids. So it would require some changing of in-game mechanics as well, regarding like horse trash stacking, things like that, to make it accessible to all people playing as an Iron Man, not just people that have storage maids.
I
But
have
yeah,
a short interjection on that. If you don't mind, Quinny, about the Histria specifically, when they launched Dekia Histria, they had plans to allow your horse to go in so that you could horse stack, but they saw the cash flow income from all the storage maids they sold and haven't done it in like 8 months or whatever. So I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I totally agree. I do remember they did promise that, but yeah, it just requires a way to monetize something else for their benefit, because I think the attraction is there, but the biggest hurdle is overcoming the Pearl shop and how the Pearl shop currently works, and the fact that it is not what Ironmen are perceived as. I don't believe that it has to be a free to play experience. I think it's been fun to be a free to play experience in such a pay to win economy in this game.
I'll look into it, Rain, if this becomes a more permanent thing.
Pay to win is so phenomenal in this game, and look, I'm not saying it's not pay to win by any means, but I've not felt like I care whether it's pay to win or not. Is kind of my take on it. But as far as implementation, it's really the Pearl shop is the biggest hurdle. I think everything else can probably fall into line later. But yeah, again, it all hinges on whether they would even invest the energy and resources into it, really. So.
Yeah, I think the biggest things that I've thought about for that is, as you said, they're going to want to monetize it in some way, and have no clue how, because I know a lot of the people who are going to be playing it probably just won't buy anything anyway, except for maybe cosmetics, stuff
Yeah.
like that. But so I don't know like how worth it would be. Also, I don't think they're aware of Ironman. The company is. I'm sure the GMs and like the NA and EU GMs know what Ironman is, but other than that, I don't think they really know about Ironman as a
Yeah.
concept. So like that would be another hurdle to get over, is actually getting it to the devs who are making the actual content for the game in Korea. And like I think there would need to be way more interest in it, and in NA as like a concept. And I don't know, just like getting the hurdle of getting it to Korea and like into their office and them talking about it is just another giant thing, I think, that is stopping any potential for it happening.
Yeah, definitely.
I definitely agree with that as well. I feel like even though if you look at all of our channels combined, we've amassed tens of thousands of views. Maybe even I don't even know if you want to say hundreds of thousands, but we've definitely amassed we've definitely amassed tens of thousands of views with the Iron Man content. And I definitely think it is still one of those very niche playstyles that hasn't really hit such a broad spectrum for other visibility with other players. Obviously, I'm sure every single one of us has at least seen one or two comments regarding like, oh, this is really fun to watch, but I wouldn't play it myself.
Mhm.
Like it's one of those things where it's more entertaining to watch than it is to actually play it themselves. I think if we were to get anything close to an Iron Man server, I think it would just be like classic BDO. But I know that classic BDO
Yeah.
still has the central market accessibility. But realistically, I don't think that there would ever be an Iron Man server. I would wish that there would
Mhm.
be. I think it's a really cool way to play the game. You're actually able to learn so many new things. From my personal experience, I've been able to learn a lot of life
Finally, an
skilling and
Atanis,
stuff like
holy.
that, where I actually have to go forcibly grind my own materials and go gather them myself as opposed to just buying it. I do think it would be really cool if they were to make, whenever you go to your channel selection, how there's two Arsha servers, there's season servers, stuff like that. I think if they made one of the servers where if you're on it, the central market is restricted, that would be cool. But I don't know how they would code it to where it's, okay, well, what if I log onto that server and then I just swap to a different one and go back? I don't know how that you would have like a permanent character that's only able to access one specific server. I think that'd be cool, but I don't know how that would work. But I definitely think it's just still a very niche playstyle that hasn't
Mhm.
reached a lot of players yet. Which I know a lot of players that are in the MMO space, like BDO, know what RuneScape is. I mean, I've recently started getting into RuneScape myself, which is really cool. But overall, I think it's still just a very niche thing. But I would still like to see it happen in some form.
Yeah, I
For
think
sure.
so. Even if it was just like a seasonal game mode or something, that like a true seasonal. I'm not talking like our fake seasonal that runs year round, but like a true seasonal thing where it's just like a server that you can't, where the central market doesn't work. I think
Yeah.
something like that could be cool as well,
Mm, definitely.
even if it's just a temporary thing. I know that in like RuneScape, Iron Man started as just like a community thing as well. I don't remember who the first person to do it. It was either like Bodhi or a friend. I can't remember. I think it was Bodhi. Um, and
Yeah.
like that gained traction in the community, and it took a couple years, but eventually like it became an official game mode, and like it's been built on, and like into an ultimate Iron Man. It's been built into hardcore, group Iron Man, all of that stuff, and like the leagues are very much based on a lot of the stuff that their content creators are doing. um and so it's definitely like I don't think those people who were when they first started Iron Man ever would have thought that it would be an official thing in RuneScape. Now RuneScape's a little bit different because like the devs are very active with the community, and they're very much a part of the community. Um, so it's definitely a little different in the case of BEO for sure. But saying never is like I don't think it's gonna happen, but I think it would be super cool if they did. But I don't think it. I would say never, but probably most likely not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As usual, I have a completely different opinion than all three of you.
Awesome. Love to hear
So here's the thing, okay? Pearl Abyss is not Jagex. Jagex's focus in
Amen.
gaming is the more players their game has, the more successful they are and the more money they make as a company. That is not Pearl Abyss's idea. Pearl Abyss is focused on making as much money per player as they can. It's not about getting more players, it's about making more money from their players. The evidence of this is all over the cash shop. It's everywhere you look. So, I don't want them to make an Ironman game mode. I want them to remain entirely oblivious to the concept so that the people that want to try such a niche thing that they're not sure they're going to stick with, because realistically, who's crazy enough to do this? Lol. It's so incredibly accessible right now, and it's still as niche as it is. Starting an Ironman today costs $10,
Orn just followed.
and that's it. Anyone can do it. But Pearl Abyss has a, I guess, anticipated income per player, which is a number that exists somewhere. I couldn't tell you what it is. But whatever it is what they would expect to make from accounts that are quote-unquote Ironman. So that will be the entry cost, and then some, because of course they want to make more money, having developed a new game mode. So presumably that entry cost would be in the hundreds of dollars, and then some sort of monthly access subscription, whatever it is. And all that does for the player base is make it so much less accessible than it has any need to be. And also, everyone that is currently doing an Ironman will have to start over, because you will not be considered an Ironman unless you're on a game mode that costs hundreds of dollars. And I don't know about you guys, but if they launch an Ironman game mode and it costs $100, I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to support a company that would be greedy like that. And I guess I would just walk away from the game at that point. I don't know.
That's
No,
fair.
I wouldn't do that either.
I guess I understand where you're coming from, and I do tend to agree that if they're gonna do it, it has to be a money-based thing. I just don't know. I might just be a little bit clueless. I just don't know where the entry fee concept comes from, because every other bit of content in the game is part of the game. So if they were going to introduce something as like DLC or expansion type thing, or a new game mode, even season, for example, doesn't cost anything to play it, but you still have access to it. So I know that they're greedy, and they've shown every evidence of that, but I don't understand why the first thought might be that they're going to put a price tag on entry for the server, because they're doing this hardcore PvP server or whatever, which is its own game mode in a sense.
The reason that it's that way, Quinny,
implemented.
the reason that it's that way, Quinny, is because the concept of the Iron Man is free to play. We as Iron Men do not use the cash shop. Nothing on the cash shop is relevant, so we have eliminated their only source of monetization. So unless they completely revamp it, which would take a lot of work and approval to, I guess, function for an Iron Man, they would have an entry cost to the game mode. That's the only way that they would like make money from it.
That or like a sub base, but I don't see them doing that.
Presumably both, actually, because it's a buy-to-play game that has pay-to-win cash shop plus 3 monthly subscriptions. I assume that they'll do both.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Okay, I just couldn't make that distinction. I just didn't know where that concept came from, because for me, I sit here and like anyone who's playing an Ironman's not paying them any money at the moment anyway. So if it was something that gained some traction and they found a way that they could monetize it that made sense, I'd say the Pearl Shop would be the best way.
I think
obviously the rework of the Pearl Shop needs to be the big thing for me.
the way that they would monetize it would just be the entry cost, though, because if they removed Croning costumes, then they would expect to only sell one. If they changed, like, you don't need a tent in this game. Everybody says the tent is crazy. I just run back to town. It's whatever. You don't really need pets, things like that. So you're just eliminating all the ways that they've developed to get money out of you over the last decade. So they'd have to either completely rework it for the concept, which is already incredibly niche, or just make it an entry cost, which is definitely the easiest route to go. And that tends to be the way that they would lean, I think.
So, not to derail the conversation too much, but do you guys think that Ironman has to be free to play? Do you think it has to be a free to play game mode to be viable?
No, I don't think so. But the problem is that everyone that's made content on the Ironman has chosen to be free to play. So there's now a stigma in the community that Ironman equals free to play, even though that's not actually the case.
Yeah.
I do think that doing costume crons would probably not be an Ironman, but I think buying weight, doing like fairy stuff like that, I'm fine with that. I don't think that makes you not an Ironman. I think the costume cron's the only thing that I would say would disqualify you at that point.
I actually,
My
you can go ahead, Asher.
They're good. I was gonna answer my personal opinion. I think that because whenever I started my Ironman series, I based a lot of the rules off of Sickloot and Quinny. Like I had watched their initial thing, I went through their rules, and I'm like, okay, I want to see what they did. I want to see if I can add certain things to mine to just separate it a little bit. I think whenever it comes to if Ironman should be free to play,
They don't consider that
I
though,
don't
Pale
necessarily
Spartan.
think it has to. Me personally,
They don't
I've
even
never
think
been a
about
fan
that.
of buying real, or like buying outfits with real money to then convert them into an in-game thing to accelerate my gear, or potentially. I know that crawling doesn't guarantee the enhancement, but you know what I mean. I'm not the biggest fan of that. I still think at the end of the day, even if you spent thousands of dollars to get outfits in the pro shop to then convert them into crons, let's say someone gets like let's throw it back like 3 years ago, right? People would spend hundreds of dollars every so often, buy some outfits, get some cron stones, and then they get a pen black star, right?
Not enough money
I feel like
for
that
that.
pen black star, you can still obtain it without having to spend money. So I feel like the Iron Man, it feels more in that realm to me to just not buy outfits, if that makes sense. Again, I'm very new to RuneScape. I know that some of you in here have way more RuneScape experience than I do, and I currently don't know if you can you guys buy things on an Iron Man account? Like it's no central market, right?
So
Essentially.
you can buy bonds, which is their like membership unlocks like what is it, 8 or 10 skills. That can be traded from a main account to an iron. That's the only like player interaction as far as
Yeah.
that. But an Iron Man, there's a lot of different things that have been added over the years, but like shops, like NPC shops that are overstocked can't be purchased by an Iron Man because that's a way of trading items from main characters to Iron Man, shit like that.
Okay.
But as far as like buying anything from a market or any like a global storage, there's not that many. But it's gotten easier over the years. The initial implementation of Iron Man in RuneScape was incredibly limited. There were so many things that they had to iron out as they went. They didn't have access to a huge amount of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for actual real money on RuneScape, for old school RuneScape, you cannot spend real money on the game besides for membership. So you can either buy a bond or you can buy the monthly membership. You cannot sell the bond as an Iron Man for the in-game gold. So that's what the bonds do, is like a main account can buy them and then sell them. So you buy it for real money and then you sell it for in-game gold. And that's but you can't do that as an Iron Man. You can buy the bonds that other people sell, but that's the only trade you can do with other players is for bonds. So you can go into the Grand Exchange as an Ironman and use your money that you make on the Ironman to buy those bonds for membership.
Okay.
Other than that, there's nothing. RuneScape 3, though, is a little different. They do allow you to buy cosmetics, but that's it.
I think to summarize my answer, I think that playing the free to play on the Iron Man just, in my opinion, makes it feel more rewarding by the end of it. Like at the end of my journey, I think that I would much rather enjoy that process of getting to that point without spending real money. I don't think that you have to omit it though. I think Gallum, you sent a new channel that started making Iron Man content, and I think one of his rules is that he's allowed to buy costumes to Kron or something, or he's allowed to buy at least one costume just to have a costume, which like technically they're spending money, but they're not using it to advance their gear or whatever. I don't think it's like a hard no. I just think to me it feels more rewarding at the end of it to not. That's just how I see it, but
I've sort of like tested this theory already. So way back in like December, maybe earlier than that even, I soft launched the Ultimate Ironman, and the rules were different than they are now. At the beginning, I had planned to buy tier 4 pets and a tent, and I specifically made the restriction that I'm not allowed to melt any costumes I get from any source to avoid the whole like pay to win argument. Even if I got the costume from like an event or something, I wouldn't be able to melt it. And essentially the idea was to make the game the way it should be if if like PA didn't intentionally make the game worse to sell you the solution. Because I think the only difference in pets are that I get less loot than I should because PA is greedy. I essentially just will always make 30% less than everyone else, just purely because of PA greed. And the tent is like not that big of a deal, but it would have been nice to repair. And the feedback from that was so substantially negative that it was already immediately from day one not considered an Ironman because I would have bought pets. So I think we have established accidentally the free-to-play stigma behind Ironman, and I don't think any of us intended to do that. It was just something that we all kind of uniquely chose to do and just happened to all be free-to-play. But I think we've sort of like set that in stone now, and I don't think that you could buy anything from the Pearl Shop and have the community, at least from like a creator perspective, still consider it an Ironman.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Yeah, that was a thought that ran in through my head. Like, as a creator, I don't think you would ever be able to do not free to play, but just like as a casual person playing Iron Man, I think it's fine. But
yeah. So I guess the only way to change that is with an official mode, right? Where the rules aren't set by us; they're set by another body, I guess.
mm-hmm.
That's probably the only way it could really change that stigma.
Yeah, but like that on its own also creates the problem, right? Because now we're relying on an entity to tell us how to play the game instead of doing it the way that we want to.
So the big path forward is to get Iron Man into Korea where they actually listen to the players. Then corrupt them into our way of thinking, and that is our path in. What do we think?
Sounds good.
I'm curious if there's anyone that's not on like the NAEU servers that has an Ironman series.
I have no clue.
Yeah.
Like,
I've seen some free-to-play series in like South America and stuff. But I don't know. I don't really know of any others.
Hello there.
Targiski just followed.
Yeah, I know nothing outside the English-speaking content.
Yeah.
So,
I'm sure there might be someone.
Maybe.
Who knows?
So, I mean, I guess I posed the question but didn't really answer it, I guess. Yeah, I think we're all sort of the same mind of that it doesn't have to be free to play, and we've kind of applied that stigma to the game mode. It's pretty much just because of the opposite opinion, really. It's like, hey, BDO is pay to win. You have to spend a shitload of money to play this game and to do it successfully. And I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I've definitely realized that is not the case. It's fear marketing. It's someone else's journey's quicker than mine kind of sell you. And like Sick Loot so perfectly puts it, is let's create a problem and sell you a solution. You know, so it's definitely something that I would like to see change. Is the player reward for time and effort be improved? You know, the pet system kind of just needs to be deleted and have loot pick up on kill. You know, there's no reason that you should feel that you're at a disadvantage because of, say, your internet connection making your pets slower, you know, not having high enough tier pets to collect all the loot. You know, it's a feels bad man from the get-go. There's no real player reward or gratification from that, because you're sitting there going, oh, look at Garmoth, all these people are getting 16 to 17,000 trash here and I'm getting 12. Like, what am I doing wrong, you know? And rather than having the solution be, you know, oh, you're just not as good. It's like, oh, maybe I need to spend some money and get some pets, and then these people get sent down the road of the pearl shop being the solution, which is great for the developer, but for the player satisfaction, they've spent all this money and then they're like, oh, it's still not just as good. You know, far out.
Yeah.
Well, I spent all this money and I'm still not where I want to be. You know, that doesn't feel good for anyone.
Spend more money, man.
Yeah, just spend more money, you know. And so it's like, yeah, I feel like there needs to be a fairly large shift in the developer mentality, the community mentality, and it's just going to take some time. I think if it was ever to happen, in its current state, I don't think it can happen. I'm not sitting here sipping copium, but I'm hopeful that something could come of it. But I think it's purely just going to be a community-based game mode, for the lack of a better term.
Spend your silver on
Kron's
Chronicle.
Future, and especially given that the main game is in such strife
Vendor
at the moment,
crowns.
as far as like the Western world's
Money does matter.
criticism of the game, and even Korea to an extent is voicing its concerns. So.
But you also just get less scrolls, less Atanis, less everything.
No,
Sadly.
It's just one example of what would have to change.
I think personally, I would love to see an official Iron Man game mode, so long as it's done right.
Yeah.
It has to be done right, or else they'd bastardize it, and it would suck. So.
Yeah, that's the concern, though. It's like, when's the last time PA has like nailed something? You know what I mean? So it's going to be like way too much cost, and it's just going to be arbitrarily restrictive, and then less people are going to be able to.
One was pretty good, guys. I think we can all agree.
Yeah. I've done the Dokebi chess 3 times now. You can't tell me that.
Yeah, you're
Hey,
insane,
I'll give
bro.
them one thing. The nodes only cost 1 contribution point up there. It's fantastic. You can get so much storage for so cheap.
Actually,
Yes.
That's the only good
that.
thing.
Max that out for sure.
Yeah.
Listen, I know it's not super related, but I'm very excited to see how that PvP mode that they released turns out.
Which PvP?
The hardcore server?
That hardcore server thing, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what we were about to go into next. I was
Oh,
about
wow.
to introduce. Yeah, you're on top of things.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Get out of my head.
Foresight.
Anyway, though, yeah, exactly what you asked. What are we thinking about that?
Oh,
Any
you
way
might
to
as well
try
go
it?
as it.
I guess I started it, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm not a PvPer. I do enjoy AOS whenever rank season is out, just because I think it's the most well-balanced game mode. I know it has its flunks. I know it has its problems. But I am not skilled enough to do open world PvP and gear match people or try to fight an uphill battle. So I do like AOS. I feel like it's the best shot I have at feeling decent at PvP in that game. But the hardcore server, whenever they announced that, I thought that kind of piqued my interest a little bit, because I went, whoa, okay. You from my understanding, you make a character and then you're basically in an open world. I think there's no names or anything. And then if you die, you get sent to jail essentially, and then you have to fight your way out of jail, like the gulag. I heard what people were memeing it and comparing it to. Obviously, I know it's not like super resemble. Oh my gosh, it doesn't resemble like a PvE version, but I'm curious as to how successful the PvP hardcore server goes. Not that they would make a PvE version or something similar, but because it's in that same realm of like a hardcore server kind of thing, it does pique my interest, and I'm very excited to see how that goes. Also, seeing all the doomerism about the PvP and all that stuff, hopefully that can bring some excitement back once that's released. So I'm excited to see that. I don't know if I'll play it, but I definitely want to watch it.
Yeah. Well, it's free to try.
I personally will probably play it for a little bit. I'm not sure I'm gonna actually play it like for a significant amount of time. I'll probably maybe try it for a day or two. Probably end up dead and then give up. That's probably what's gonna happen within the first hour. But I'm excited for it. I think I want the devs to be doing more stuff like this, where they're putting out it's not really that high of an effort piece of content. It's just changing a little bit of the game rules. but it goes a long way because as they're developing new content, I want them to take their time on it. I want them to make sure it's good. I want them to make sure everything's good, and I don't want it to be rushed out. But people are going to be complaining about a lack of content, so I think a really good middle ground is giving them that time still, but having stuff like this, so like the hardcore servers. So for example, like I would consider this fairly close to like Dead Man mode for RuneScape, where it's a big PvP game mode. It's PvP always on, but you also have the PvE aspects of it, and something like that. Whereas if we were looking at like them wanting to do like a seasonal Ironman type of thing with the hardcore, so it's like PvE only, no marketplace, anything type of deal, that would look more like leagues or something from RuneScape, which honestly, I'm not sure if they're more of copying the World of Warcraft stuff or the. Yeah, it seems to be more of a World of Warcraft clone than anything, but um, I'm definitely interested in it. True.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I like the concept of like a seasonal, or like, you know, not, I guess seasonal's what we've already got, but something that's like a temporary game mode. I think it's a great test realm to try out new things for the game, in a sense, and that's not on global labs where you know, a dedicated few decide they want to muck around on. It's something that hits a large amount of the player base, and I think it's a great way in similarity to RuneScape, how, you know, they use that as a thing to test in, you know, what they call leagues. I think it's a great way to give players an accelerated progression path without affecting the main game, which is the exact opposite to what they've done currently. I think to give players a new journey inside of the same game is always fun. But I think BDO's moving to an age now where, in the similarity of World of Warcraft, they have expansions, so you kind of have returning players all the time. I think BDO is kind of at that point now where it needs to have temporary game modes that come back that people enjoy, and they come back and play for 3 months, and then they go, all right, well, that was fun. I'm going to go back to whatever else I was playing before and wait for the next temporary game mode that I like. And I think that is an easy way for them to continue cash flow whilst, I guess, trying to improve the game for the general people that do play it every day. Trying out new concepts, trying out new gearing, XP rates, silver per hour, you know, things like that. Create brand new content that's sort of temporary. It doesn't have to be in the game forever, so it doesn't have an impact on the economy, but, you know, it gives people going, oh, you know, this new content's coming straight from the latest league. You guys loved it so much, we're going to put it into the game, and it's going to be over here, you know, and it's going to have these requirements, and here's the gear that you need to obtain to get it, you know. I think that's the kind of hopefulness that this hardcore PvP server gives me, is that they're trying to do something that's a little bit out of left field, and temporary game modes is kind of what I feel like might come from it. So as far as the hardcore PvP, I absolutely suck at PvP. So if anyone's watched me fight anyone, they'll know that it's terrible, but I'll probably give it a shot too. It sounds like something that's worth trying because it's different. It's not our normal BDO. So we'll give it a crack.
I think it's pretty interesting. I am concerned greatly about implementation though. So the idea is that there is still a gear grind. I believe it's around 60 gear score you'll have to grind for. Somewhere in there, 60 or 70 or something like that. You have to grind for. You start at like 230, you grind up to 260, whatever it is. My concern though is that if you die and go to jail, that's a IRL time lockout that you're in jail, and you reduce your IRL sentence by killing other players in the jail. Is the way that was talked through initially. I don't know how long that sentence is going to be, but if you are someone that is not good at PvP and you want to try these servers, I just worry that you'll go in, you'll die to some cheese, you'll get a 6 hour or 8 hour or a 3 day timer, whatever they decide on, and you'll just log out of the game mode until your timer's up. because like there are going to be players that sit in jail like it's Battle Arena, who that's all they do all day. The minxes of the world, you know what I mean? They just sit in there and they PvP all day, and that's just what they want to do, because it's essentially AOS, except they get to choose who to fight. So it's all gear match, but they get to pick their battles, you know what I mean? So implementation is a big concern. I don't know why there's enhancing. I assume that they're going to have some sort of like cron stuff. Maybe that's another way to keep selling costumes or something for crons. I don't know. I don't really see the point in enhancing outside of like forcing people to grind spots or something. But what they could do instead is just have interesting like map events or boss spawns or something. I'm not sure. But it just seems like people are going to go grind. They're going to die to some cheese. They're going to get locked in jail and then they're going to log out. I don't know. We'll have to see how it's implemented.
That's gonna be me. Get logging out after I die.
Well, the beauty is you can go and play on your main account or your Iron and come back if you desperately. But yeah, I do agree.
Some of the big things I want to see from it.
Much memory frags are replay? I don't know.
You want to see them like try out new stuff on it. So in RuneScape, they have their leagues, which is a big PvE Ironman game mode that comes around like mostly every year.
3.6.
And they've tried out different mechanics on there that have made it into the main game. They've also tried other things that they were thinking of putting in the main game and then realized that they didn't want to put them in. So there's a new prayer book that they're thinking about putting in. They added it on leagues, and people didn't like it. Thought it was too overpowered, so they didn't add it to the game. And I think they should definitely be doing stuff like that, like testing random stuff out that they think might be good in the game. It's a safe place to test new systems that might improve the game, but also like if they fail, it's not that big of a deal because it's not affecting the main game. It's only going to affect this little hardcore season, and it probably won't have an overreaching, massive effect on the player base of that season. So I'm really hoping that they try out some stuff that is unconventional, I guess.
Yep.
For sure. But yeah.
I didn't know there was enhancing in it. I thought it was kind of like everyone just goes in on trial characters or trial equivalent.
No, there's enhancing. You start at 230 AP, 260 DP, I believe, give or take. And you enhance up to 260 AP and 290 or 300 DP, whatever it is.
So there's a cap on it?
Yes.
Okay.
Interesting.
I was under the impression it was just trials or trial equivalent, and then everyone just kind of goes crazy.
No, they give you baseline gear. I assume you have to grind for materials to enhance it, but I don't know the details obviously, but they did mention it when they were talking about the hardcore server initially.
Yeah. Jeez. That'd be interesting to watch.
I'm hoping we don't like lose progress when we die.
I think you do.
Do you? Okay. Well, I don't know enough about the hardcore servers. I've looked into it a little bit, but I don't know the whole story. But it's gonna be an interesting time for sure. I'm kind of like, if it flops, it's not that big a deal. I mean, it would suck because then we don't see any more seasonal stuff. But ultimately, it's not gonna have a major impact on the game negatively. I think it can only have a positive impact.
Yeah, it's not long term, is it?
I don't think so.
I mean, since it's PvP related, I think people will like it.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I just want to see Shadow Arena back, honestly. Did any of you were any of you playing during that?
That's never gonna happen, man.
I played it when it felt like you had to because of progression limitations, not because you wanted to play it, because it was like hiding some juicy stuff behind it. You're like, I gotta do this.
Yeah, you got some really good rewards from doing it, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. And then it got botted to shit, and they were like, And then they took it out and made it a standalone game mode, and it died. Perfect.
Because that was like right when Fortnite came out, right?
Yeah,
like
that was the peak of battle royales.
Battle royale craze, yeah.
Yeah, everyone was basically just trying to make the next battle royale. It was cool though.
Yeah.
Inside of BDO, it was good. but relative to the rest of the world, it was not very good.
I think
Not
BDO
at all.
combat into a battle royale actually works fairly well.
It wasn't
I don't
BDO
think-
combat though. It was
like kind of.
it was
like
1, 2,
pseudo-
3, 4, but had some skills from some of the classes.
Yeah, it was like pseudo BDO combat. I guess. But it was
I think
closer.
I was
It was
traumatized.
interesting. I liked it personally. I thought it was a lot of fun. It brought me back to the game for a while.
To be fair, at that point I was playing DK and she was in a terrible spot, so my mental regarding
Robin,
PvP
how's it
was
going?
pretty
Fair.
scuffed.
Are there any other types of game modes that you thought of, like seasonal types, that you would like to see besides the hardcore? Because it seems like they might be going down that path. Are there
Hello
any
there.
ideas of things that you guys would want to
just
see?
followed.
Chat, you guys as well. If you guys have thought of anything, I'd love to hear it.
I mean, there's some pretty glaringly obvious, like, easy ones that they could do that would require. I mean, as retrospectively, not that much effort would be like some typical type of like fresh start thing, you know, like a glance back to 2017, 2016 BDO kind of thing, as like a, but that with some of the more modern, you know, quality of life stuff maybe.
Please don't make
Accelerated. Yeah, accelerated progression, but within, you know, the same kind of realm that it was. But
So, like,
I don't know. It's
Are you
definitely
talking like only like Calpheon and back open with the modern convenience stuff? So like silver not having weight, stuff like that. Is that kind of what you're saying?
yeah. Well, I reckon maybe even up to Medea
Okay.
would just be kind of fun, just to like, I don't know, let everyone experience it again and see what it was like. Because I think there's a large amount of people that kind of do miss that nostalgia part of the game, like where you were excited to drop an upgrade, but they don't want to send their main account into the abyss to do that. You know, start an entirely new account to try that. So
Yeah, that's fair.
I think to have some kind of temporary game mode, maybe for 3 months, 6 months, whatever, that would give them the time to really work on good content. I think having something that is not high, you know, resource investment, but is good for player retention, I think, is something along those lines.
I would
think
definitely like to. Oh, my bad.
Go for it.
I was gonna say I would definitely really like to see some type of PvE seasonal game mode, but the only thing that I can think of where there would be problems with that is time limitation, where you have players that are able to grind 8 hours a day, regardless if they work from home or if they just don't do anything, and then you have people that are only able to grind like 1 hour a day because they have family, they have work, school, whatever it may be. But I think if they were to make some type of PvE game mode, I think that'd be really cool. But I don't know how they would do it again, because if they were to try to time restrict it to where you can't progress past a certain point per week or something to allow fairness for the players who can't grind as much as others, I feel as though I feel like that wouldn't be fair. But
I like the way that WoW Classic does it. What are you about to say? Something stupid?
Yeah, kind of like in response to Azure there. I think the problem with a PvE game mode is that there is nothing to do in the game. Like what would be the point, right? So accelerated progression, presumably, in a temporary game mode, which accelerates you from what? Fogans to Dekia Fogans? Like what's the goal? What are you doing? It works in a game like RuneScape, for example, because there's tons of bosses, there's raids that you can do, there's like wilderness PvP, there's tons of stuff to go do after you have accelerated the progression. But as far as BDO is concerned, like you're accelerating your progression to then still go in circles. And I think that's why they'd have a hard time implementing something PvE wise. It's because like what are we accelerating for? Which brings us back to the last podcast, you know what I mean? We just go in circles about this, but like I just feel like there's just nothing to do. I think they should focus on that rather than focusing on temporary game modes. They need to add non-temporary, repeatable things, like a reason to play the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
One thing
Yeah,
that I
I think.
Oh,
sorry, you go.
okay. So one thing that I want to see, personally, I'm kind of moving on. So you guys can probably talk if you're gonna say something back to him. Then you guys should go first.
I was just gonna say, I think the real shift that PA made in the, I believe to be the wrong direction, was when all the Lost Ark players came across and they shifted their focus to, oh, we've got to get new players into the game. We've got to get new players. You know, we've got to grab them and suck them dry for all their money they want to throw because they're pissed off with Lost Ark. The issue for me with implementing new mid or like early game content is that it doesn't help anyone stay playing the game. Whereas when you develop content for veteran players and endgame players, you give the new players something to look forward to, something to watch on Twitch to go, oh wow, dude, that spot. How much money is he making? Holy shit, $2.5 billion an hour. Far out. I want to get there. What gear do I need to do that? You know, and you give them a sense of passion, a sense of drive. So I think temporary game modes help attract new players, and then you back that up with end game content, give them something to do when they want to play the game, and I feel like that's a beautiful recipe for success.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. I think that's a big part of. I mean, they did it at a really good time too, but for like RuneScape, they popped off in like 2019, 2020 when they started their league, and then COVID happened shortly after. So lockdown, and it just kind of was a storm of all of that, and like tons of interesting content in the game already. Like it just brought so many new people. But as you said, there's not really that much to look forward to in this game. I would love to see them put in like cosmetic stuff that you can get from different spots so that it incentivizes people to go everywhere in the world. Like, go put some random pet or random like spell effect or whatever at Sawsons or whatever. You'll have tons of people grinding there. People will do anything for cosmetics.
I agree, Robin,
So,
but
I think they should be adding
right now there's no reason to progress right now. There needs to be something to look forward to, a reason to go through those hundreds of hours. And there just isn't.
I don't know how you guys are gonna think about this. I think if they added,
there could be steps along the way that you look forward to.
Like for example, with Fallen God armor, right? We have different tiers of gear. You have like your green gear, your Gruntle, and then you eventually move over into your yellow boss tier gear, and then you go from your yellow boss tier gear to your Fallen God, right? How we see with the new Lane of the Morning Light Part 2, obviously we have, I think it's 3 different methods as to how we can obtain our Sovereign weapon. One of them you can get that flame or whatever it's called. I think it would be really cool if they added a lot more PvE bosses, and obviously I know a lot of people want more group content, a lot of people want more dungeons, more raids, or they want raids to be added or add more dungeons that, you know, after the first month, it's not just, okay, well, let's do this again for the weekly rewards. Like, you want to have fun doing it. You know, we want there to be more meaning behind it. I think that if there was, I don't know how this would work, but I think it'd be really cool where it's, okay, if you want to progress from your yellow tier boss gear all the way to your red tier Fallen God, I think it would be cool if there was, like, some type of achievement that you would have to unlock just to get to that point. Because currently, like how a couple of you have mentioned, like the accelerated progression in this game is so accelerated to the point where the new players that come into the game, when they see the end game content that your big streamers are showcasing, it's like, okay, well, nowadays, again, like we talked about in the last podcast, where you jump out of seasonal, you already have a pen and a tab black star, you're basically already grinding for debos and stuff, like you're already almost at the same treadmill that everyone else is at. You're just trying to catch up with Fallen God gear and stuff like that. But like, let's say they added certain bosses in the game where it's, okay, you have to kill this boss X amount of times to get like a certain drop to then make your flame. Instead of you just being able to go do an hour of Turos and get RNG lucky and then get a flame to drop or buy one. I think if there was like little barriers to overcome to unlock that next part, I think that would fuel more motivation to the player, or at least for me, I think it would be really cool if they did something like that. Because like, yes, grinding up Kafirs, some may find it fun or whatever, but it's a very meticulous concept, and I think it would just it feels more rewarding to reach a barrier by getting a big gain. For example, like let's say you're trying to end off your series, right? If you want to like get a pen accessory to get like a big bang at the end of it, as opposed to just like, oh, I guess I'll just push this calf for level 1 more or whatever. I think it would be really cool if they added something like that where there was more of a it's kind of like similar to Maple Story where if you want to go from like the next gear to the net to like the thing after it, you would kill bosses and like you get these drops from them, and then you would take those, and then over weeks you would eventually turn those into your next piece of boss gear. I think there just needs to be more PvE content aimed towards like bosses and group grind spots, but that's just how I feel.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like I just talked in a
Yeah.
circle there, which is not good. But
No, I mean it's definitely been explained very well, and anyone that's seen Fake Uni's video on it is the thing that is disappointing currently is that at the beginning of the game you've got this huge vast open world of discovery that stands before you, and you do a few things and you realize that some things aren't as good as other things, and so you stop doing those other, you know, medial tasks, and you kind of just get funneled down by the time you get to the end game into you're grinding for devos, you're grinding for silver, and once you've got those devos, congratulations, you've finished the game. Also, everyone else who's been playing for 6 months less than you, 12 months less than you, now has the same gear, so well done on that. You know, there's nothing to do. You just funneled down this one path of get gear, grind for more gear, grind for more silver, you know, and life skilling's not really viable with that goal in mind, you know. There are people that will pivot towards life skilling somewhere within the mid game and they'll go, oh, okay, yeah, this is a nice change from grinding in circles. But eventually, what are you doing life skilling for? To get silver? To get more gear again. So like it's just a linear path that has you got no agency really with your build and what you do in the game.
The crazy thing about life skilling is that life skilling is also circles.
Yeah.
They couldn't figure out how to get away from circles, man. So not only do you grind in circles, but if you want a life skill to switch it up, you then kill a circle of wolves and you gather them in circles, or you pick a circle of trees and you gather those trees in circles, or you get on a boat and you go back and forth in circles to barter. Like they just, I don't know, man. We need more shapes, I guess.
Utensil, spin that spoon in circles. Yep, same shit.
Yeah, circles, circles, circles. Luckily, my brain doesn't realize that they're the same thing.
You grind Dekia, you stand in one spot in a circle.
Dekia is just the cooking utensil of grinding.
That's what confuses me about Dekia, is it takes so long for them to get these spots, but essentially they're just stand still at old zones. I don't see a reason why they can't pump out 15 and 20 of them, just bang, you know?
Yeah.
Give us the ability to choose where we want to grind. Because, like, I mean, we're all kind of sick of this tower grinding trope, you know? Like, I don't know about you guys, but when it comes to Star's End, I'm picking the old rotation just because I like to move around when I grind, you know?
But is it that we're tired of going in circles, or are we just tired in the direction the game is going? Because, I mean,
Yeah.
from me personally, whenever I first started playing Black Desert, I mean, yes, I know the game has evolved a lot since like 2018, 2019, 2020, like pre-COVID, whatever. But I feel like back then, obviously, people wanted to grind in circles to get better gear, and then they would use that gear to go PvP, right? But I feel like everyone's really upset right now because they've kind of killed PvP, which is why people don't want to go grind in circles. But do you guys think that if PvP had stayed the same, like pre-Lost Ark ship, where they changed the open world GVG and stuff, do you guys think people would complain as much about grinding in circles, or do you think people would still be okay with it because there's still an incentive to gear up?
That's a good question. I think that it definitely, the people that wanted to play the game that enjoyed PvP and PvE are probably burning out now because they used to substitute grinding and PvP between you know, what they were feeling at the time. So now that they've really got no other option other than AOS, which, I mean, if you're an AOS enjoyer, congratulations to you. I'm glad that you have fun playing it, but it doesn't, there's no long-term meaningful, you know, benefit to doing it other than being good at PvP. There's no progression as such other than maybe if you're enjoying ranked and you climb the ranks, and that's an important part of PvP, is having some kind of ranked system where people can go, I'm pushing for rank 1, I'm pushing for top 100, I'm pushing for whatever. But I think those people are now just grinding in circles because they wanted to play the game and they're burning out. And the rest of us, we've been grinding in circles the whole time, so we're kind of like, oh yeah, no, look, I understand. But we've been so numb grinding in circles that we haven't really reflected on it. And we sit back and listen to these people talk and go, wow, you know what? You're right, man. There's not much going on, you know?
Yeah.
At least that's how I feel. Like it's hard because as an Ironman, you're kind of like, well, the content's different for me, you know? Your silver per hour is my items per hour, and, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I can feel for the players that are playing the game conventionally, and I empathize with them in their beliefs and feelings. But don't get me wrong, I still enjoy playing this game, but I definitely, it's easy to be swayed by others as well.
The origin point of BDO as a job comes from back in the day when PvP was still alive. No one liked grinding. And that has never been the case. Nobody has ever liked circles. But people did circles because circles meant you would do better in PvP. This game has always been a job, and it's always been something that people don't enjoy the PvE aspect of, because who could enjoy the same circles for hundreds of hours? The point was that the PvP was unmatched in the genre. There is no other combat system like this. Large-scale PvP had its problems, but it was amazing. There was drama everywhere. People got so heated over anything, basically. And the PvP scene was like the reason that you played the game. The PvP scene is like the Friday pizza party after working all week in your grind spot. That was the point. And I think we've eliminated the pizza party, but we're still here working. And I don't know what we're working for.
Yeah.
I definitely think there are a lot of people who enjoy grinding in circles. It's like maybe not like actively enjoy, but I would say for me, I enjoy the time I spend grinding in circles for the most part.
Yeah.
It's the getting those drops and like, you know, seeing things pop up on my screen that just like kind of feeds it for me and makes it fun. So for me personally, like PvP has never been a thing that I've liked in this game, and I even enjoy the game back when Medaya was brand new and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Me personally, my bad.
No, you go.
Like I've definitely tried other MMOs like World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy I definitely didn't play as much as World of Warcraft, but I started playing WoW I think back in Legion, when Legion was released, because there was that movie that they released, and I got my friends and I really hyped to play the game. I didn't stick to it too long. I like played out the expansion of Legion, and then I stopped, and then I would come back, like how Quinny was saying, every expansion comes out, people come back, and then they resort back to whatever game they usually play. I'm not against like dungeon spamming or raid spamming to increase your gear. I am one of those players that leans more towards, I do kind of just like the grinding in circles for an hour to like get my gear as opposed to doing dungeons and raids. But I do wish that there was a good game that did both. And if there is one, please let me know. But it's like in WoW, there isn't, you don't go kill mobs in circles for hours and hours. I'm sure that you could do that to like farm certain materials or something, but it's not the same type of game as BDO is. Whereas people that come from that game, they come to BDO and they go, oh, why is there no dungeons? Like, I see that there are some, but people don't say that they're good, blah, blah, blah. I definitely don't think that everyone hates grinding in circles, but I do definitely think a lot of the PvP enjoyers do hate it. A lot of the things that I've been seeing so far on forums, Reddit, other people's YouTube videos in their comment section is that a lot of people that are doomering about BDO dying and stuff like that, a lot of people are like, there's still PvEers that play this game. I mean, it seems like none of us really engage a lot in PvP. We do like the game for its PvE, and there's a ton of other players that are in the same boat, even if they aren't doing the Ironman mode. I do think that a lot of PvPers don't necessarily like the PvP or the PvE because I've seen other conversations from them where they go, "Oh, well, if Red Battlefield could net me as much silver an hour as me grinding at like Dekia Thornwood, then they would way much rather go do that instead." But there's currently no PvP game mode that nets you enough silver per hour to warrant you doing it unless you just enjoy PvP. And I don't know the comparison of the rewards from this Guild League season that they're going to be bringing out here in the next like 4 days or whatever. But so far, I've seen a lot of positive feedback in terms of the rewards. So it seems like a lot of people are going to be playing it no matter what because it's PvP content. But apparently the rewards aren't that bad compared to before, which is exciting to see because I know a lot of players are going to be playing it. But I do think that there would be, if there was a different method for those players that don't enjoy grinding in circles, like let's say RBF netted you 500 to a billion silver per hour, even if you're making less than what you would be grinding Thornwood Dekia, I think players would still prefer to do that if they are the PvE or the PvP type.
Yeah. Well, that sort of statement plays back into what Sicklu was saying about back in the day. You used to grind to make money to get your gear better for PvP. So RBF's an example of one of those where having better gear will generally translate into a better performance or more fun in RBF. It's obviously class specific, but I think if we could move back to that, that's a huge part of the population that would keep the game running.
It doesn't even have to be.
Community is part of it. Is a huge part of the player base. They can't be ignored.
We don't even have to like consider PvP here. Like that's not the only factor. It's not PvPers versus PvEers. There are people that enjoy PvE in this game. The problem is that even as a PvE enjoyer, I would call myself a PvE enjoyer, there is only one PvE game mode in this game, and that is grinding in circles. Why can't there be more PvE game modes than grinding in circles? There's 30 different versions of the circles. That's all there is. We've reskinned the same circles over and over again. We don't need to grind in circles to get gear for PvP. We could, I don't know, do a boss over and over again like they do in RuneScape. There's like bossing and stuff. We could have dungeons. We could have raids. We could have different versions of PvE that gets us gear for PvP, and then maybe, I don't know, wild concept, we could have different versions of PvP that people do for fun as well. Both things can exist. I constantly see in my chat that PvP should be removed from the game because I don't like the PvP, and on and on. And every single time I have to have the argument that both things can and should exist in this game because there is a place for both players. It is not implemented well right now, I completely agree, but it could be. This could be the greatest game on the market, but it falls short hysterically badly, and it's just sad to see.
I agree with that. I definitely think that if there was instead of for PvEers just grinding in circles over and over again, like if we could spam dungeons or something to get silver. I know you can technically spam the dungeons, but you can't get as many rewards. Like it's, what is it, once a week or something like that?
If he made video big,
fucking golden tears of the desert.
Somebody said needs to be removed.
But yeah, there's not really repeat rewards there.
The people that don't PvP just want the game the way they want it, and that's fair.
Routes, like
but
saying,
both can exist, I think.
Net yourself silver. The same thing with PvP. I wish that there was other PvP game modes or rotational season game modes or whatever it may be that can allow those PvPers to earn more silver.
Yeah. I was having a chat with my chat the other day about dungeons, and my issues with the dungeons currently is that there's kind of like no incentive to teach someone the dungeon, right? So the only reason you do a dungeon is because you've got a solid 5-man, a static group, and they all know what they're doing. You don't have to tell anyone what they're doing, and then that's it, you know? Whereas I would like to see repeat rewards so that there wasn't an incentive for someone to be trained. You know, like, hey guys, doing a stream today, like even for content creators, right? Doing a stream today, teaching people the dungeons. So someone like J-Kun or people like that have done the dungeons a million times get rewarded for their efforts. You know, it might not be the greatest silver in game, but if you're earning that 500 mil an hour, you know, you take a friend through a dungeon that's never done it before, and you might spend a bit more time learning with them. But currently, there's no incentive to do it other than just being a good person, and it's like,
Yeah,
okay, we might be good people, but I mean, I still need silver, boss. You know.
the thing about that is J-Kun literally does do that. He takes new people through the dungeons and he gets literally nothing for it.
Yeah.
Because it's a weekly
Because
lockout.
he's a good person.
He is 100% completely wasting his time. A, because he enjoys dungeons, and B, because he's a good person. Why can't he be rewarded for doing the dungeon over and over again? Why does there have to be a weekly lockout on every piece of content? That also diminishes fun. That diminishes more PvP content. I just think it's a big L overall.
Yeah, agreed.
I can vouch for that because J-Kun was one of the people that got me into doing the dungeons because I had no idea what I was doing, and he's like, I'll just do it even though I don't get rewards. And I go, okay.
Some people just don't PvP, ain't there? There are a lot of people in this game that just have no interest in PvP.
Yeah, I think if they were to add more weekly incentive or just daily incentive or every time you do it incentive.
I think there should be a baseline of loot that you get from it with the weekly quests tacked on to like something similar to like you know like you have like daily quests that grind spots, like you're still gonna grind it without the quest, but it's a nice little bonus.
Yeah.
I think that's how it should be, personally. But
yep, for sure. I mean, there's the, what are they, 130 stacks for the knowledge in there, but even then, you know, it's just not, it's not meaningful rewards. Like, and they say it a lot in global labs, you know, meaningful rewards or, you know, stuff like this. You're like, just put it in everything. Give us rewards for what we want to do. Don't make it feel like we have to do everything on a schedule. If we want to go and spend the next week doing this content, let me feel like I want to do it. Let me burn out on it and then not come back for a month or two, and then we'll go do something else. You know, let me have agency over my gameplay, whereas doing it out of a feeling of necessity, you know, like I do it every Wednesday. I'm like, oh, I got to do my weeklies, guys. Let's go catch a horse. Let's go tan some feather wolves. You know, like it's just, I don't know. It feels bad. It feels bad that you can't just go hard at something and then not be done with it, you know?
That's PA lining up your work schedule for the next few months?
100%.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of players that are into this type of game, though. Like, I don't... There's... Even though that there's a lot of people being vocal about the current state of the game, I think the people that are mostly being quiet are the ones that just don't care about it because they're content with how the game is right now because that's just what they enjoy for fun.
Yeah.
Well, nothing about how the game exists needs to change. We're still going to have our circles. They've created hundreds of circles. But let's make things for more people so that we have, I don't know, more players in the game so that we can ensure that the game that we all love sticks around rather than dies because it's not making enough money to pay for the servers anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm definitely really hoping that 104 tower is something radically different than grinding in circles. I don't know how it's gonna happen, but I'm hoping.
It'll probably get scrapped like the Sakurai thing that they fully developed and then decided was too hard.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully not.
That's the thing is right now we're all worried. Whether we'd like to admit it or not, we're all concerned to a point. Like, what's going to happen to the game that we love? Because we do love it, we do love playing it. Because we're so passionate is why we're so vocal. I think as a community, you find it in almost any community that has a passionate player base. They're vocal, they sound like doom and gloom, but it's because they want the best for it. And when they're not heard, because we're the ones that know the game the best, we're the ones that spend hours playing it. We're the ones that are emotionally invested in the outcome of the game. Not financially as such, you know, some of us are, but not to the extent that the business is. you know. But we just want to play the game that we love. You know, I'm
Yeah.
sitting here grinding Dekia Crescents while we talk just because I'm enjoying playing the game. You know, we just want to have this. This is what we want. It's part of our lives. We include it in our daily routines, in our weekly routines. Our lives are based around what we do in this game, and we just want it to be the best it can be, which is why we're so vocal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing to remember for like most people, most content creators in this game. It's tied to what they love doing, and we just all want to see it succeed, and that's where the criticism comes from.
Yeah,
We've got a
we're all on
vested
the same
interest in it,
side
don't we?
here, man. Like every single one of us, everyone that talks about the game in this way, we're all on the same side. We all want the game to be better than it is, and I don't think that's a bad goal to have.
Not at all.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've been going for like an hour and 15. So, do we have anything else that we want to talk about before we wrap up?
Yeah, I think we can go for like another 3.
Another 3. All right. So let's do it.
I think we just go for another 3.
No, I think we're gonna be anticipating the next probably 2 months worth of global labs statements, people leaving, joining the company. I think now's a real crucial time for PA to be making all the right decisions, and everything they do will be heavily scrutinized by the player base. So they've got some important decisions to make
Hey,
as a
not that
business.
it's
So
my bad. I'm bad at
No, you're
this.
good.
I was gonna say not that it's gonna fix it, but I'm really stoked that they're adding group bosses. I think that was something that
Yep.
people asked for a lot when it first came out, like Land of the Morning Light Part 1. So the fact that they actually listened to that at least,
Once a week is a bit tragic, though.
Yeah.
yeah.
Mhm.
It's definitely not gonna fix anything, but it's just nice to see that we're actually getting more group content. Because again, when Land of the Morning Light came out, Part 1, I don't know if you guys remember, everyone was like, why are none of these bosses group? Why can't I do these with people?
Yeah.
So I'm happy
We
that we're
all
at
thought
least
they were
getting
going to
that.
be like grind zones. We're like, yeah, go to these grind zones, and the boss spawns, and we can get the drop, you know, because we're
That-
so used to grinding in circles.
That's how they announced it. Actually, is it was meant
Yeah.
to be a boss in the open world that just spawns over and
Yeah.
over again. So instead of being
Yeah.
circles, it was literally just a boss that you fought over and over, and it took a couple of minutes to
Yeah.
kill, and you got rewarded relevant to the couple of minutes that it took. That was what it was, and I was so excited for that. And when it came out, and I got my hands on it, and I did the quest line, and I launched it, and I did my 5 bosses, and it's like, okay, come back next week. I literally quit the game. I quit the game for 6 months and then started the Ironman and never looked back.
Jeez.
Damn,
A
dude,
origin
damn.
story.
Yeah.
This is I've been playing this game for 8 years and have never quit, and that is what made me quit.
That's fair.
Jeez.
There you go. Well,
Well,
all right.
overall excited that we're getting group bosses again. Yeah, it kind of sucks that we're capped at a week, but you know what? It's something. Again, it's
Mhm.
not going to fix it, but it's at least something better than what I thought they were going to give us. So,
That's fair.
Give me a flame. Give me a flame first week, and I'll love the expansion.
this guy.
Alrighty. Well, thank you guys so much for coming on and talking. It was a blast.
Of
Oh yeah.
course.
Thanks for setting it
And
up, dude. Getting us
yeah.
all organized.
if you guys
True.
watching this have anything that you want us to talk about, let us know and we can cover that next time. But I think that's gonna be all.
Definitely.
Thank you so much for watching.
All right, bye.
Bye,
Bye.
guys.
Later.
Bye bye. Oh, it's so dark in my room.
Okay, that was the Ironman podcast. That was the second one we've ever done. A little bit of a spicy topic there. I did have to like not chat. I kind of like avoided chat a little bit, and I'm sorry for that. I was just trying to be, I guess, respectful of the people talking so that you guys could all hear and stuff. So if there's anything you'd like to add that I missed or you want to talk about relative to the podcast, you feel free to drop it in chat and we'll have a little discussion. And that's really fun, man. I enjoy the podcast. I enjoy talking to the Ironman chads about the game. I usually have a rather different point of view, a rather, I don't know, less optimistic point of view than most of them, but you know, maybe that's just because I'm old and I've been here a long time. You just get salty over the years. Hard to say. But I just wish BDO was better, man. They could just start ripping off game modes and things to do from other games, and because of the combat system, it would absolutely destroy every other game. But this is like a shell of a game that has the potential to be easily the best on the market, and the reason it isn't is because there's nothing to do in it, you know what I mean? The thing this game needs is unlimited raid content that can make okay money with a chance of super rare drops. Yeah, it just needs a different form of PvE that you can do as much as you want that is worth your time. That could be raids, that could be dungeons, that could be bossing, that could be anything. Anything. That could be, was it Castle Wars or Clan Wars or Fishing Trawler from RuneScape? Like, anything. Anything else to just do would be a benefit to the game. Just add a couple PvP modes where they can get PvP specific gear and just grind ranks and stuff. Current PvP is holding back the game. I think the issue is like all the time gated PvP, right? Every Node War or Siege that has ever existed and will ever exist is a very time specific thing. Me, for example, I worked nights for 5 years, so 5 years of my life, it didn't matter if I wanted to Node War or not. I never could on any of the days because I always had to work for Node Wars. There was no point in which I could make it to a single Node War. And that kind of sucked. And that was just because my life schedule didn't work for it. And because it happened at the same time all the time, that just wasn't a part of the game for me. And AOS has the ranked system that is also time gated. It's between X number of hours a day. So if you're at work for those hours or you're sleeping for those hours so that you can work, whatever it may be, you just can't participate in ranked. There also needs to be more than just AOS. It kind of feels bad that there's only one version of ranked PvP in the game. And it's also so temporary. The last AOS season was like a year ago. And it lasted for a couple of months, and then we didn't have a ranked AOS season for like 11 months before it came back. Would have been a bit boring podcast for everyone that's on the same page. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I'm just so cynical, I think. Me against the world, you know what I mean? Create the podcast, they need to make new things. It's tired with recycled content, specifically talks is a good idea, but bad execution to make it work. Used to be grind 8 talks 3 times a week. Yeah. Yeah. But they could just slightly change the dungeons, for example, which aren't like absurdly interesting content for the majority of people. But if they removed the weekly lockout and made it like $1 bill an hour, then the people that do enjoy doing that, or even some of the people that don't necessarily, would start doing it because it's something different. And then build on that. Add more of something different and keep going with it, right? Like RuneScape on the 28th is adding in a new boss with, it'll have unique mechanics, it'll spawn like every 30 seconds or whatever probably, and it'll just be something that people can go do and just kill over and over again, and look for a new set of drops and things like that. Why can't we have that? Why can't we have bossing or raids or stuff like that? Stuff to go do. Need people like sick, otherwise we'd all be sipping hopium all day. Yeah. I've overdosed on the hopium, and we're just, I've faced reality with PA. 8 years dealing with the company, you kind of like figure out how they think. Which is why I'm so good at like working my way through bugs, for example. when something bugs or glitches, like the solution seems pretty simple to me. And it's just because I've been down this road so many friggin' times, man. I just know how they think. Battleground 5v5, 3v3, 1v1 arenas, where you just get PvP gear by just PvPing, because 500 hours of grinding in circles for PvP players just sucks, man. But it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to be grinding in circles. It could be fun PvE content that you do, not for 500 hours, because that's absurd, to get gear. And they had thought about separating PvP and PvE gear in the past, and the reason they decided not to is because the people that have 40,000 hours in this game, or 10,000 hours in this game, or 1,000 hours in this game, or 100 hours in this game, grinding for PvE gear, because they like to PvP, all that time would be wasted, and they would just be like alienating that whole section of players, which I think is fair, and I understand why they didn't do that. But in that case, they need to add methods. They need to add PvP that you can do to make money to get gear. They need to add different forms of PvE, because this is like a one-trick pony game. Not everyone enjoys the same thing. There should be options. New best in slot gear. That doesn't really work in BDO, because gear doesn't get like outdated, for example. Like there's no T-bow that just makes everything else not worth having. You know what I mean? If you could have a T-bow, you would, and like there's no point in running a rune crossbow, for example. It's just not really how BDO is structured. The same gear has been relevant for the last 8 years. Yeah, that's what I know, Mario, but I was like applying it to BDO. They couldn't put best in slot gear on a boss if they did that. But they could put good rewards. You could make 2 bill an hour just killing the same boss over and over again, or whatever. Like there's methods. And that's a totally different form of PvP. Or PvE. A boss with mechanics? Imagine. What class is this? This is Awakening Ranger. And I'm now overweight, and our second hour is done. We kind of just jumped right into the second hour there. Unfortunate. I think raids in this game wouldn't really work that well. Imagine having WoW-like boss mechanics in BDO. Seems weird to me. But imagine having WoW-like boss mechanics, or RuneScape-like boss mechanics, or any other game-like boss mechanics in a game with such compelling action combat. Imagine we take the only strength that this game has, which is its combat, and we apply that to other things that are also interesting. Imagine. We did not get hardly 2 hours of grinding for 2 Atanas elements. We went from 67 to 69 in 2 hours. I'm ready to go home now, I think. I'm ready to go home. I don't want to be here anymore. You guys ever have the overwhelming feeling that you want to go home, except you already are home? You just have to leave at some point? Like when I'm getting ready to go to work, I just get this wave of, man, I just really want to go home now, even though I'm like in my living room. That's me right now with BDO. I just want to go home. I don't know where home is in BDO. Maybe it's history or something. I don't know. But that felt awful. To grind 2 hours for 2 Atanas feels terrible. We wasted 2 loot scrolls, which are hard to come by, to get less Atanas than I could have got in 1 hour with no loot scroll. Your home is Tom now? Great. Great. Made 300 mil though. With Agris and Elite Scroll for 2 hours. Decent amount of scrolls, I guess. 50. That's not bad. Seems dev is just lazy and recycles the same content repeatedly. The opportunity for this game to make good content is big, but the dev is just too lazy or blind to make it a reality. I think they're just really focused on making money from the game, Aether. I think they're kind of tired of making BDO. And I think that they're really incredibly passionate about things like Crimson Desert and DokeV. So that is where their focus lies. That's where their growth potential lies in their eyes. So I think that they're just keeping BDO alive to fund other things because they kind of just don't care. You know what I mean? That's at least what it feels like to me as someone that's been playing the game for so long. I just feel it when I'm about to go outside my house every single time. That's funny. So you a red player? No, I'm on Anonymous Arsha, and it changes your name red whenever you enter a safe zone. I'm not sure why it does that. It shouldn't really. It's a bug, I think, but one that will presumably take a very long time to get fixed because it's not game breaking. And I think even if it was game breaking, it would probably take a while to get fixed. Trying to fund Crimson Desert feels like their new passion, and also I feel like they can give up in BDO. Yep, that's definitely the feeling that I get as a player as well. That they're just not interested in BDO anymore. But it is their cash cow, so they are treating it as such. Kind of is what it is, I guess. There's nothing I can do about it. I can't like convince them to care about the game, you know? As a Pearl Abyss partner, I would say that I have zero influence at all. And most of the time, my opinion is not heard or cared about. And by most of the time, I mean the entire time I've been a BDO partner, I don't feel like my opinion has been heard or cared about. How to enjoy the game again. Create your own fun. For me, that was the Ironman. For you, that could be gambling. It could be saving up a number of trash. It could be trying out new classes. It could be any number of things, really. It could even be an Ironman. Imagine. I hear Gamba. Unmech. Maybe Unmech will Gamba. I don't know. Same happened with a game called Genshin. Started making 2 different games, so people felt they used less time on the main game Genshin. Now if people are complaining, starting to do stuff for the main game. Yeah, maybe. But this has been like within the last 2 years, I want to say. Because they used to be really passionate about the community and they used to like change things that people had negative feedback for. And they completely did a 180 2 years ago. And Crimson Desert has been in development for 7 years. So I don't know what the shift would have been. I don't know what would have changed in that time. Oh, we're gonna not be able to open the things. Okay, we'll have to run all of the scrolls and then open them, probably. Gamble both my earrings? Let's just say I don't want to gamble anymore. Fair enough. They keep updating video over time and make it better since they made their own engine. Just use the existing system and assets that they can use to make Crimson Desert. Hit 2 birds with 1 stone. Here's the thing. The game has been out for 10 years. And they have not changed a single thing since the very start. The gameplay loop is exactly the same as it was 10 years ago. There's just more circles than there was 10 years ago. That's the only thing that's changed. They have had a decade of this game being live on the market to improve it, and they have not changed it at all. I don't want to grind them again. Guess I'll wait till a new thing hypes me. Yeah, fair enough, man. We're here to have a good time, and if you're not having a good time, then maybe you should do something else, you know what I mean? There's other games and stuff out there to try, for sure. Probably quit if guild boss content's bad. It's unfortunate, but like at the end of the day, that's the only thing that will have an impact. You not playing the game is the only feedback that PA will listen to. Kind of like the sad reality of it. A loss in players is the only thing that they're going to care about, you know what I mean? Because that means a loss in revenue. Saying that I always end up coming back to BDO at some point, quit like 6 times. You gotta find something to replace the time. You can't just quit BDO and then do nothing. Because eventually you'll have a desire to fill the time and you'll come back to BDO. You have to replace it with something. Kind of like Guild Wars 2. When new content is out, it's almost the same as how they're doing events, but there's so much more you can do, like raid, fractals PvP, mass PvP. Yeah, except BDO doesn't have any of that stuff. So a new region comes out and it lasts 3 days because that's how long it takes to get through every piece of content that comes out with the new region. And there's no reason to be there anymore. Like, for example, where I'm grinding right now came out like 9 years ago. And the new stuff, everything else basically, all of this down here has come out after that. This entire continent has come out after that, and there's no reason for me to be here at all. There's no point in getting better gear besides the sake of it. Yeah, just for like the arbitrary number get bigger, unfortunately. Updating video engine and content would also help them make a new game since the engine is tested on release game. Comes to Desert now with new engine. I don't know if perform well or not. Yeah, and the thing about that is that everyone is hopeful that they will update BDO's engine to Crimson Desert's engine, and I am nearly certain that they're not going to do that. Because the sheer cost of updating an engine, even if it's similar to the one you already have, is astronomical. And if they aren't convinced that that's going to be the difference between making whatever money they are now versus making like exponentially more money, then there's no chance that they would ever do that. The cost is just way too high. New zone now in Guild Wars 2, 2 maps with events and a story, but you got collections to do. See the content for good rewards. Yeah, BDO is exactly the opposite of that. A new region releases, and there's so little to do in the new region that you just go back to the circle that you were doing for the last 6 years. And it takes them an entire year to develop the region. And there's just nothing to do in the region. It's crazy. Hello, Aaron. Good afternoon. Probably pretty late for you. Just finished up with the podcast. It was interesting. Solid 2 in the morning, jeez. So sub badges look. There's various different colors and stuff as well. That is the 3-month badge. It's blue. Seems they're just afraid to make big steps and play safe while milk much money as I can. Yeah, it definitely feels like that right now. Man, I missed so many follows. Apologize for missing all the follows, guys. They were during the podcast. I didn't want to interrupt people and stuff. Really appreciate it, though. What is this window in chat about Rogue Sellout with 100 of those penguin points? It should be 1,000 points, and it's just channel points. That's one of the redeems that you could do. If you click at the bottom of your chat on the bag, like the dark bag with teeth, it'll show all of the channel point redeems that I have. Oh, I didn't mean to talk to the thing. It's my bad. Hit with an ad. Tragic. I was definitely in super armor there, game. I know this because the super armor symbol was up and I had already started my animation, but whatever. And I even put the skill on cooldown. But what do I know? Okay, you should be back from an ad. That's basically just channel points. So every channel has them, essentially. And mine are just like bags of loot. So, but there's a bunch of different rewards you can redeem. If you click on the bag at the bottom of your chat, it should open the window for the various channel point redeems. That looks so boring. It's really terrible. Yep. It's worse if you have a lot of scrolls. So if you don't play the way that I do and you stack up the scrolls, you could be here for hours. What is Rogue Sellout? It's where I sell out to my sponsor, basically. That's what it is. Okay. Mario's gotcha. Mario redeeming the Rogue Sellout. Be sure to check out !Rogue if you need energy, but you're tired of putting terrible things in your body and you want a healthier alternative that is also going to save you a ton of money. !Rogue to get 20% off your order using my link or the banner below the stream. You can also just use code CICLUD at checkout to save 20%. Be sure to check out the sampler packs. They come with shakers as well and are also 20% off with my code. That's basically a Rogue Sellout. That's basically it. What about you think about the upcoming Sovereign weapon and the way we can get it and the new 10 level enchant level? I think it's an idiotic progression. I think there was so many ways that they could have done progression, and that was not one of the ones I would have chose. And it's so marginal for so much cost that I will never go for sovereign weapons. It's just not going to happen. I just don't care. I think people are probably excited for them, but that's not because it makes sense. That's just because people have nothing left to go for, and now they do. But the execution of this, it's just dumb. I don't know. I like the look of the weapons, do not like the execution. One more scroll. How do I get 999,000 more? You just hang around and chat. You get a few points a minute or every couple of minutes or whatever. You get more points as a sub, and the higher tier your sub, the higher the points you get is, technically, but you basically just hang out and you'll accumulate points. Twitch app crashed the moment you started the sellout. Tragic. You've heard the spiel before, though. And why I just started getting them now? It could be that your region has just now allowed them. Channel points slash like gambling and stuff is banned in a lot of places. There are some regions that can't even see the channel points at all, and others that just can't gamble with them, for example. 75 memes. How is our sharps looking? We have 11 sharps. Oofda. I see from Hugh the amount of crons needed and the gain just so small, especially the effect unlocked after 8, just insane. Lost all interest after watching Hugh video tapping sovereign weapons. Yeah, so it goes 10 levels. Every level costs thousands of crons. And the difference between a base sovereign slash Pen Blackstar and like the maximally enhanced sovereign weapon is what, 15 AP? What's the point? You don't even need 15 more AP. If you run Debos, like Tet Debos, which like everyone is gonna have at some point, because you can just buy them on the market, you'll have 320 AP. Like, what's the point? 160p is the best way to watch the stream. With how blurry it is, I could just make up what you're actually doing. Yeah, we're at Temperos right now. We're pulling tickets. We're getting the pet. We're getting the pet. That'd be funny. Man, money's gonna start holding us back instead of memory fragments now. How many memes do we have? 53 left. No crons, I think. A little bit of money, though. I think we could probably get one click. Let me see. It's 38 crons. Let's see what that costs. 114. Okay, we'll get 2. I'll buy a second set of 38. We will get 2 tri-clicks. 2 tri-clicks. We are currently 0 for 4 on try. And it'll go on 1. Easy try. There it is. It's just that easy, what I tell you. Let's heat a stone together. We only need 1 stone because we're just going to one-tap this to Tet. And by one tap, I mean this is attempt number 10, so 10 tap. We'll switch to our 88 stack. 19.6%. We're 0 for 9 right now. Here's number 10. Remember all those times we were called lucky? Remember that happening? Alright, we have one click per try. Let me heat one more stone. We realistically should one tap this back to try, given how many times we've failed. Okay, easy try. And that's our enhancing for the day. And that's why this is going to take so long. It's like hours of grinding for 2 clicks at try. It's really, really slow. Really quite slow. Just how it is, though. Welcome to the Ironman. 3 years, probably, actually. Because I'm not going as hard as I was, it will probably be 3 years. How many Atanis? So we started today with 67 pity pieces, and after several hours of grinding, we've literally been grinding the whole time we've been live, we now have 69 Atanis. So at least we're progressing somewhere. Not fast, or well, or on average, or as we should be. But at least we're progressing somewhere. Happy to hear your review about upcoming content. Been off from BDO for about a month now, and just don't have any good content. My guild right now almost died since all the members play their games. That's kind of like BDO in a nutshell, right? The people are leaving because there's no content, and the people that had hope for content are also leaving because they are realizing that they're not adding content. And you know, it just kind of is what it is, right? If enough people leave, PA will hopefully figure out that they're doing something wrong. Perhaps look to people that have an idea or play the game to figure out what that is, and then perhaps compensate. Or they won't, in which case we won't need to have this conversation because the game won't be alive anymore, right? It's purely up to PA and how willing they are. More important question, how long will the Tom grind take? A long time. A long time. I will probably have 99 Hunter on the Iron before we're done with Tom. Would be a guess. I'm not sure though. Where were we going? Guess we'll go over here. Man, my voice is cooked. I don't know if you guys can hear it. But it feels really raspy and painful. I don't feel like I talked more today than is typical. But I think my throat thinks otherwise. Oh wait, I think we started breeding a horse in Heidel, right? Let's go to Heidel. Oh, this is not the entrance to the well. This is also an arbitrary dumb system. Jumped out of the well, realized I went to the wrong place, and now I have to like walk 600 meters. It's actually 900 meters to get back in the well. Do so much Slayer today on Iron. I need to take a break. Some task takes too long with bone crossbow. Great armor. 4 more range levels. I can upgrade to a lot better gear. Hey. I have done virtually nothing today. I've been at work all day. And then from work, we moved on to the stream. So. What an odd name for a friend request on Discord. It's a name that I can't even show on stream. So, what an odd name. Done 2 Cox KC and 1 TOA KC on the hardcore. 13 TOA KC on the main. Hey. How odd? Like TOS odd. Like how is it allowed on Discord? Odd. Bit unusual. I get a lot of friend requests though for some reason. I don't know. I just bought or troll. There's neither numbers nor duplicate letters. I think someone actually chose that name. I don't know. Is his name Temperos? I'm banned from that? I don't know. Nope. It has something to do with the non-raid version of Chambers of Xeric, if you know what I mean. Got some bots in Discord. I see some with just number accounts. That's weird. Shouldn't do. I guess there is a couple. They're probably just deleted users though. Okay, we need a T8 here. That doesn't look like a T8. It is not. Back-to-back T7s. Period delivery. There's 105 mil. That one has 1 breed left. These ones all have breeds. We need to start another breed actually. Let me throw in my gear. Breeding market. Breeding market again. Alright. In 160p it doesn't even look like a horse. In full HD it doesn't really look like a horse either. I might just sell these T7s. 28 mil, yeah. They're not worth training. You kind of just train T6s until you get a T8, because it's like 50-50. There's no point in even training a T7 to then get a T8 when you could just do it with a T6 anyway. We've come into a little bit more money though. I guess we could do a couple more clicks. let's see. Yeah, we'll go again. Okay, we have 2 more clicks. Let's heat some stones, I suppose. I'll probably heat 2 stones. I have 9 sharps. We're gonna have 7 sharps. Eventually. Still waiting. Not going as planned. Okay. Wait, I did take them off. We need to go try here. We need to go try in 1. Okay, thank you. Now we get click number 11 at 10 days. Did I keep this 93 stack? Should we just keep that? We're 2 away from pity. Should we just keep this? I throw some Valks in there. It's a 103 stack. I feel like we just keep this. I don't even have Valks to throw in it. But I don't think that's the point. I feel like we just keep this, right? Surely. Let's just I think I could buy a book to extract it. They sell 100s. It's 20 mil. That's kind of expensive. But yeah, I think we just keep this. We could use that for a TED accessory. It's a bit low, but like, what are you gonna do? They're a pain. And then we start over on a 40 stack. So we've halved our success rate. But that's alright, because we're gonna hit it anyway. Right here. You were supposed to go there, game. But if we get an easy try right now, imagine we get an easy try. Hey Sekiro, how's it going? Just smile, hello. Alright, we need an easy, smooth, comfortable 1 tap. We have 6 sharps. What? Did I just use that? Why do I now have 50? Hello? Why can't I just NPC location on this? I realize he's like over cute. He's not where I thought he was. Dallas Shane. Where's Dallas Shane? Oh, there he is. He was 6 inches from me the whole time. That's fine. I don't want your quest, Dallas Shane. Leave me alone. Sharps. We can get 15 more sharps. We're saved. Actually, that's 15 times 2, so it's 36. We really are saved. But now we have no money, so we'll have to make more money before we can keep enhancing. But, you know, 0 for 11 on Tet Bigs. That does seem like our luck. You know what else is 6 inches? A Subway sandwich. No. A Subway sandwich is a foot long. They cut it in half so that you can have 6 inches. So half a Subway sandwich is 6 inches. The whole thing is actually 12. Well, actually, it's 11 and a quarter, and they got sued for it, but, you know, semantics. Alright, I need to run to the restroom. And then after that, I'm not sure what we're going to do. We'll have to see. We'll figure that out on the way. But give me just a minute. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Only ever bought the 6-inch one from Subway, also only been there once. So what they do is they only bake the footlongs, and then when you order a 6-inch, they just roughly cut the footlong bread in half and then make you a 6-inch. But it did start its life as theoretically 12 inches of bread. Why do we have an excess of inventory slots? I feel like we have extra. Maybe we don't. That's even without gear. We're hogging all the spaces because of the gear. And there's stuff to vendor. Crazy. Didn't really like the sandwich. It wasn't bad, but not worth the price. It used to be $5 for a foot long. And it is now $13 for a foot long. At least in America. Wait, we might be able to get another level of the helmet, actually. How much does that take? $11. We should actually be able to then. I think it's probably heating. Yeah, let's make 11 stones. We'll get to plus 11 on the helmet. Last seed from a Spori, now I need bucket. Soon, TM. Do we play as Grindstar's End for distortions? Yes. I'm not sure when. Probably after Ted Armors. and maybe even after Tet Black Stars. I'm unsure. But I do plan to go for 2 Tet Distos, I think. I'm done sporting in a couple weeks. Haven't felt like farming. Just been stuck at Tom. You gotta do more Tom. Wrote a pen Debo, but haven't worked toward any Debos. Yep. Debos are hard, man. They're a ways away. We could go meme Ash Forest, I guess. I probably won't be able to kill a single forest in Ash, but you know. Plus 11 helmet. Easy game. That also saves us like 200 LT. Could catch horse for cash. Could do that. And then we'd probably get... Could maybe get Tep eggs today. Probably not though, I'm almost out of memes already. Let's switch to the big suck. I don't think my accuracy is enough to even hit them though. There's 749 accuracy, that's so bad. Let's pull out the old Garmoth calculator. We'll go to my gear and we'll apply it to the hit rate of monsters. I don't remember how to do this correctly. I think it's over here. Hit rate calculator. Ash Forest. We actually have a 75% hit rate. That's not bad. Oh, that's with full food buffs and everything. We don't have any of that stuff. Can we not do this? None. We have a 68% hit rate. That might also be with crystals. Do we have crystals? Crystal preset. Yep, that's with crystals. We don't actually have crystals. We have a 52% hit rate. It's looking less and less ideal. But I do have a skill. We have a skill that does something. What does the tree skill do? How much is that? This one here. 6% accuracy for 20 seconds, so it's up a third of the time. Not ideal. Also, okay, that's where it is. So we sometimes have 6%, which gives a 54% hit rate instead of a 52.5% hit rate. Plus we have no AP. So half damage of bad damage is worse damage. But I'm here for it. Let's go meme it. Let's see if we can kill an Ash Forest. It's not that far away. If we can even get one of them down, it'll definitely just drop a duo Debo. And then we'll be well on our way. Just came from PlayStation PC. So lazy to do all the books and APDP quests. It is pretty rough, man. I've done it 3 times now. And do not recommend. But the good news is that now you're on the, I guess, more cared about platform. So once you get it knocked out on your PC, you won't have to worry about it again.
Hello there.
Blockbot TV just followed.
Blockbert, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. The only issue I see with Ash Forest is that some of the mobs have range, which means that we're going to get hit with range attacks. And given my immense volume of DP and 2400 HP, this does mean that we're probably going to get one shot. But you never know. It's worth trying. It could be funny. Also, it might take a few minutes to kill one single Ash Force mob. Just don't get hit. That's the plan. The plan is to not get hit. And also to hit them. That is both plan and strategy. We also have 8 accuracy on the stone, so that'll help. Just aggro one. That's going to be hard. They do tend to all group together. Don't hit the seed all good here. I'm worried about the lanterns, the gyruses. Because they like to wake up their friends. But if we could just isolate a Scythe Boy, we're good. Pull a little Volcrus. We'll be alright. If we survive for any length of time, I think it'd be funny to put this as like the beginning of the next video. Just grinding Ash Forest already. In the last video, we hit a Tet Voltara. In this video, we're grinding Ash Forest. Hey Rita, how's it going? Suffer for 1 hour? How many times do you think I die in an hour? Free energy there, huge. Imagine getting rich mercering piece from that? Eh. I'd rather have a single Debo. If we get a single Debo, then it will take up an inventory slot for the next like 2 years. And that sounds like a good time. At least slightly comical. There's no stable keeper anywhere close. We may not physically make it on the horse. It has 300 stam. Grind 4 more and tap it to Tet. Yeah, I mean, may as well grind a 5th one and YOLO it for pen, because then we could be done. If we just one tap it all the way to pen, then we're done. We would finish the series at like seasonal gear. My current record for Debos is like 0 for 8 on Pry. So that's on the main account though. Okay, our horse has decided to give up now. We're so close though. We're 800 meters away, horse. We're so close. Horse is scared, yeah. Just doesn't want to take part. I switched to AAA battery. Just gonna squeeze our way in here. Slap its rump, easy extra mile. What's with all the pedals on the road? That's weird. We just need a mob. I just don't know where any of them are except for the node manager ones. It's the only place I've ever grinded is at the node manager. Nearly there. Oh, there's one. Oh, that's got a lantern though. We don't want the lantern, guys. They have range attacks. We'll definitely die to range attacks. There's another lantern. Can I squeeze by you here, boss? Or are you gonna get mad? Is that another lantern? They just hang lantern boys out? We can't fight a lantern guy. Gotta find a non-lantern. Black Spirit's gonna wonder what's wrong with you. Yeah, I got lost or something. That's what I'll think. We got lost. Alright, we'll take the pets out. Lol. If I get a single piece of trash loot, I will be baffled. We'll turn on the stone, the alchemy stone. That one looks like a scythe. Is that a... Yeah, he's red, so he's got a scythe. We punch him in the face. He grabs his scythe. And we become... I haven't had crystals equipped in like ever. A 10 buff would help though. That would give us 10 more monster AP. You're right, we need that. That's the difference maker. We must become more slippery. We were only marginally slippery there. We need to be extra slippery. Oh, we got 100%. I got locked to my 100%. That's why we died. We need to lock the 100%. This freaking, was it Alt B? Freaking 100% getting us killed. What are you thinking? What are you thinking? Yeah, that's right. I'm back after you, guy. I'm not going to leave you alone. Oh. I kind of dodged into him there. We gotta not do that. There's too many trees around. It's hard to dodge. Didn't hit him at all there. Good. We got one. Woo. 5 trash loot. He did not have a Debo though. So we gotta get another one. We need the one that has the Debo. They upped the drop rate on these, right? So we shouldn't have any trouble. Somebody, I aggroed somebody. Somebody's mad. There he is. Come here, bud. We're a big deal now. We killed one of you already. See if we can improve our time to kill a little bit here. That was way faster. That was way faster. If we just do this for the next 3,000 hours, then we'll, like, easy game. We got this. And then we could just walk up and pull this same one because it takes him that long to spawn. Easy game. Uh-oh, we pulled 2? This is bad. This is bad. We gotta pull out the extra skills here. That one took my whole forward guard. It's too far away now. He might leash. And a Kafra. This game is so easy. Like, this game's so easy, man. Keep the mobs on a cycle, you can aggro one back. Easy 100 trash an hour. I think we've been here, what, a couple of minutes, and we already have 32 trash. So I think we can get 500 trash an hour, to be honest. Oh. I thought I was dead there because he came toward me with that. And guess what I lose when I die? Literally not a single thing. So, like, we actually could just do this. We could just grind here. Our damage is way better than I thought it would be at this stage. Like, it's not even that bad, to be honest. And this is with 54% accuracy. Let me, I'll pop the accuracy buff on the next one. We'll see what that does. See, we've hit spawn cap already. We gotta wait for him to spawn. That's a good feeling. I think if we could probably... Uh-oh. Hello, sir. Good afternoon. Okay, we have accuracy buffed. Okay, I didn't die. I am panicking slightly now, though. Alright, we're accuracy buffed. We're back on this. We got this. That was way closer than I had any right to be. don't even need dodge, really. You just go back and forth. They can't touch you. Oh! How am I alive? That one is awfully close. Should we try a ranged mob? Because if I can learn the attack patterns of the ranged mob, then we could just grind here. Oh, that's the weak one. Never mind. Never mind. Died instantly. I was like, wait, what happened? That was. Let's just pull a pack. Let's just do the whole thing. YOLO. Oh. Okay, so we pull a whole pack and then we back off. Because we can't get surrounded. If we get surrounded, we die. You are angry, sir. Let's hit the seed. And then we just we focus up, we dodge. We focus, we dodge. We stack them. Okay, yep, too many. Too many. Yeah, small ones are a bit of a problem. Big ones, easy to deal with. Small ones, they just go fast. We can't even like forward guard any of them. Yeah, dead. Almost killed a couple there though. Imagine. If we had 50 more AP, I think we'd be alright. Can handle 5 red ones, no problem. It's just the small ones. Yeah. If we could pull 2 red ones, one of them spawns kind of over here. There's 2 red ones. Oh! How'd he teleport behind me? Hello? This guy's hacking. We already have 54 trash though. Like this is pretty easy. What's the average trash per debo? 8,000? 8,000 or so? We can do this. Also, I don't have knowledge on them, which means I do less damage. Because you do slightly less damage to things you don't have knowledge on. For some unknown arbitrary reason. You know what this means, though? We are totally wasting our time going for armors. We should just juice the AP. We should go full meme, full ranger meme, and get like 300 AP and 200 DP. And then just dodge. Just dodge forehead. Because if I could double my damage, then we'd kill him like really fast. Cron meal helps. There's no way I can make a cron meal. I only have like... I don't have enough inventory slots to even make a knight's combat ration, to be honest. Cron meals are just like... they're crazy. Too much, to be honest. Everyone jump up and invis. 100% gonna hit you from behind, so move around, especially with everyone do that. I didn't even see the first one disappear in that particular case. Hello, sir. These little ones, if they're by themselves, I think we can just face tank them. Yeah, I can't touch this, man. 1.5 combos to get those guys down. Not even a big deal. Not even a big deal. Okay, we'll Z-buff. We'll aggro the full pack. Oh. Okay, well. The trees make it hard to see. Is there like an open area? Is there one that isn't covered in trees? Where's the other packs at? They changed this all recently as well, so I don't recognize any of it anymore. This is more open. Oh man, I was trying to get out right there. We lived so long. I kind of want to meme and kill a pack, because I think that'd be really funny. It's not efficient and it's not going well, but I think it would be so funny. Right in the middle of a rogue sellout, okay. Exclamation rogue for all of your energy needs. If you like energy, but you don't like putting terrible things in your body, exclamation rogue. You'll get 20% off your order using my code or my link or the banner below the stream. I do actually drink it. It is a replacement to Monster Energy for me. If you've been here a while, you know that I've been like drinking Monster Energy like it's water for many years. And I have found a replacement that actually gives me energy. It's pretty nice. So use the link in chat or code Sicklu to check out. This feels doable. It feels doable to do a pack. I'm just not very good at Ranger. I don't know where I got hit there. These little guys, man, they're just so fast. And this big guy's throwing at me already. It feels doable. I don't know what it is, man. More slip. Oh, they're behind me. Okay. So I'm trying to do the weird like cancel combo there, and I think it just locks me in place for too long. So we need to break that habit. We'll do one, then we'll move, then we'll do the other. No two at once. No two at once. That's what I'm doing right there, by the way. Okay. He's throwing stuff at me. That's the problem. I can't stay in one place for long. And we gotta try to focus him as well. Yeah, instantly dead there. This guy, the Lantern Boy. He just throws range. One swipe from that scythe and half your health is gone. All of my health is gone if I get hit by a scythe. All of it. What you're seeing there is the little guys hitting me. It's kind of crazy. And then every time the lantern guy throws a range attack, we get messed up as well. Maybe we try to burst. We are in the middle of them. What am I doing? We just need to play better. Did you see the lag there? I was definitely not in this spot. I was way over here. But it just like teleported me back. Instant death. Just put on protect melee. Genius. Actually, if we protect range here, and then I just stay away from them, I think we got this. My turn also debuff you if you take too long to kill. Yeah. We're definitely going to take too long to kill. Imagine if we had enough AP to burst him. Was that like 75%? I think there's just too many of them. Definitely can't pull them all. Slightly different strat. Let's pull some. Let's get like not within range, but kind of. Ooh. Okay, got locked in my animation there. We definitely had those ones. We definitely would have had that if I didn't get locked. Flick your gear, don't have best prayer bonus. Chivala gear and proper cheap buff ash is doable? Yeah, like not efficient, but doable, sort of. But I'm like below seasonal and with 0 buffs at all, right? But there are people on YouTube that actually do this with seasonal gear. But they are better at Ranger, understand Ash Forest a lot more than I do, and have food buffs and elixirs and everything else. Oh, de-aggroed that one. Got too far away. Now it's probably gonna de-aggro right there as well. He did not. Crazy. Man, if we were just a better gamer, or we had slightly more than 296 DP, or even another AP bracket, or 2 more AP brackets. Oh, hello. Yeah, every range attack just takes all of my health. Blew up my whole forward guard there. Yeah, forward guard's gone again. Yeah. Instant death. He's got like a breathe smoke ability. This is the only problem right here. This guy didn't exist, I think we could actually do this. But I suppose that's why he does exist, right? Well, that was interesting. We have 95 trash. Huge. Go sleep now? Alright, have a good night, Aaron. Oh yeah, we're out of stamina on the horse. Unfortunate. Man, I think like 309 maybe? DP and 261 AP. I think it'd be doable. We just need to be able to nuke the lantern guy before I die. Even like with that pack closest to the node, the lantern guy, it all takes a while to activate, so if I could just sprint up to him and nuke him, then I think it'd be totally doable, but we need a bit more AP. So that is really, really interesting as an experiment. I think, realistically speaking, if I had enough AP to nuke the range guy, then I'd be totally fine with the rest of them. Because then I could take my time to be elusive. I just need more damage. Just need more damage and then we're good. You know what I mean? It's different AP from what you got now and when you want in percent. I will need 48 more AP, which is approximately twice as much damage. Perhaps a hair more than twice as much damage. Or accuracy. Are there like giga cheap accuracy crystals that are easy to farm? What do I have here? Crit damage, HP on attack. MP on attack, I guess. This could be, I mean, what is the difference of the 16? If I just farmed up a bunch of precisions and crit crystals, what does 16 AP or 16 accuracy do to the hit rate? It goes from 5250 to 5650, which is an increase of 4%, but 4% of 50 is more like 8%. So we'd have 8% more damage with 2 precisions. And then crits, 2 crit crystals. If our crystal build is just 2 precisions and 2 crit crystals, and that's it, those are pretty easy to get. And that increases our damage by probably like 15%. And then I wonder if there's like a early stage of food that just gives accuracy. I don't know. That is a good question. I'll have to do some research on that, because if there's like an easy to make, like whale meat salad, for example, that gives accuracy, imagine Imagine. I don't really want to scroll this whole list, but you get the point. All accuracy plus 4, steamed fish. Viper obtainable from Dark Rift. The problem is it needs to be repeatably obtainable, because I'm going to die a lot. So it needs to be something really, really easy to get back, and something I can kind of like stack a couple on. You know what I mean? So the crit crystals are really easy to get from elite hopping at Abandoned Ironman, and the precisions are pretty easy to get from the sealeds. But I just need something that's like spammable. Is there like a blue grade of steamed fish? Lean steamed fish. That's still 4 accuracy, so it doesn't really matter. How does one make steamed fish? To Google. I don't think 4 accuracy is that big of a deal, though. Dried mud skipper, garlic, salt, and mineral water. I don't think there's any way I get garlic, right? I'd have to farm for garlic. What other options are there? Two DR. Thick 5-grain porridge. What a weird thing. Six accuracy from steamed seafood. Man, they're just not enough. Cooked rice gives 6. Is that easy to get, though? To Google. Cooked rice. You need special rice and spring water. Or 5 regular rice and spring water. Can be obtained through farming. Can be produced by a county and obtained by farming in a garden. We could farm for rice. That's all the accuracy foods? Holy. Let's run through them. Aloe cookie, that's 4 accuracy. Plentiful, I think we looked at that. Yeah, 6 accuracy. Delosha milk tea. That's 3 AP, 6 accuracy. That is Delosha milk cooking honey, which is a huge pain for me to get, and purified water. Ham sandwich, that one might be hard. 8 accuracy. And 3 AP, that might be the play. If that's doable, let's look. Soft bread, grilled sausage, cabbage, or olive or paprika, so I can buy that from a vendor, and egg. I can't actually get eggs. I don't think I can get eggs at all, actually. Unfortunate. Definitely can't do Serendia meal, or special Serendia meal, or exquisite crown. Yeah, I think the other one, the cooked rice, is probably the most accessible. That's really interesting. That might change things. Can't use nodes for this challenge. I can't use storage. So no workers. Six accuracy. What kind of impact does that have? We might be fighting over donuts here. All right, so we'd already have 16, so it'd go from 5650 to 58. So we're talking 1.5%. I don't think that's really worth it. I think we just get the precisions and the crits, and we'll have, with our current gear, that assumes 0 upgrades, which we could go for some upgrades, obviously. We have a 56.5% hit rate, up from our right now hit rate of 52.5, but also I can throw on an accuracy add-on of 5%, because I don't have an accuracy add-on, and that right now with the crystals would take our hit rate up to 61.5 instead of 52.5. So that's 9% accuracy right now. If you do Node War, the metal can be exchanged for food box, contain cron meal, just let you know. I can't do Node Wars because I don't want to be in a guild. I'd have to merc into a guild to do Node Wars, and I don't want to do that. But that is so incredibly interesting. Right this very moment, if we go grind out the precisions, which are not that hard to grind, and we put an accuracy add-on on one of our skills, our new hit rates would be 61.5, which is almost, that's a 9% increase from what it is right now, which is like, what, 15% more damage? Why does that say pen? That should not say pen. There we go. I scrolled up on it. That's so interesting. We actually have 0.5% less hit rate because the bags aren't up. Oh, and I didn't even throw in the stone. With the destruction stone, that also gives 8 accuracy. 62%.
Just raided with 3 views.
Gallum, hello. Thanks so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Let me give you a shout out. For those of you that don't know Gallum, he is part of the podcast we just did, and also is my partner for our group Chunkman that we're doing on RuneScape. He delves way more into the life skilling side of BDO than I do on his Ironman as well. Plays Musa. Very information having when it comes to life skill stuff. We were just grinding Ash Forest, Gallum, on the Ranger. We managed to get some trash loot. And it's like, it's almost doable. I can pull a pack together, and the only problem is the lantern guy. The rest of them I can kite around, but the lantern guy has range. So he hits me and he hurts me and we die. But it's like, it's sort of doable, so we're theory crafting how to get more damage. Because if I can nuke him, if I can nuke Lantern Guy, we can kill a pack. It's like sketch, but it's really fun and interesting. I actually really enjoy the, we might go back actually just to meme a little bit. I was having a good time. So we're theory crafting accuracy, and I found a way to up my hit rate by 9%, which will increase our damage by like almost 20%. Because the hit rate right now is like 52.5, and it would go to 61.5, which is not quite 20%, but it's like, it's a fair bit more damage. But yeah. We'll try a couple more times maybe, because I'm having a good time. So we're thinking if I do accuracy add-on and then I get some precision crystals, that's a 9% accuracy increase, which is almost a 20% damage increase. But I can easily kill the scythes, these guys, in a 1v1. I can handily 1v1 the scythes. But if I get hit, I die. So he goes down super easy, right? So I was running over here because there's a more open pack over here. And this guy right here is the problem. So I'm gonna, like, if we can nuke this guy before the others activate, or at least get him close, because like he's, what, 3/4 health right there? We're stuck on a rock. Yeah. He's like, we got him down to like half there. So if I can up my damage by 20% and then not use Blasting Gust, because that locks me in place for too long, then I think it's doable. I think we could technically do it. So we'll try to nuke him. Duke Nukem. Okay, immediately died that time. Sometimes that happens. We get too close to him when he's like channeling. What's your gear right now? This is my gear right now. We're kind of juiced, I know. We're a big deal in this game, alright? Okay, yeah. I need to pull them in the same circle. I can't pull them back because then they jump back on me. I really want to kill a pack. I don't know why I want to kill a pack, but I really want to kill a pack. So we're gonna butt heads with this a little bit for the memes. Okay. More dodgy. Don't get behind me like that, guy. I don't like that. Oh, we're dead. That was less dodgy. I needed to be more dodgy. That was less dodgy. Hope everyone's doing well today. I am, at least. Having a good time. Smacking my face against Ash Forest way too early. That skill, man. Every time I use that skill, it like locks me. I gotta stop using it. We need to be more zoopy. We've almost killed it. You see it? You see how red it is? It feels so doable. I'm using the bad skill again. We're gonna die. How do I not die? Bad skill. Bad skill. I gotta stop using that skill, man. I gotta stop using that skill. We were so close there. He was red. He was red. This is so doable. We are living so long now. Plus, I can up my damage by almost 20% just with 2 crystals and an add-on. Okay, well, instant dead there. Gear. You ready to be impressed? Right there. Okay, this time we're going to use our accuracy buff. Then we'll run up and nuke. Okay? Accuracy buff. Nuke. Bad skill. Ow. He's so close. Gotta get out. Okay. Some of them are dead. Am I not dead? We're gonna run out of stamina, that's the only problem. The stamina. That's really interesting. I believe we killed the lantern there, and that's why it went so well. Did I put my pets away? I did not. We could probably put those on slow, to be honest. We're up to 148 trash now. This is very interesting. I kind of want to go add the add-on. Oof. Ouch. This is crazy. It's kind of fun. I'm having a good time. I don't know. It shouldn't be, because we're just dying over and over again and not making any progress. But I'm actually having a good time. I feel like if we just Dark Souls it... I don't know what I took damage from there. I didn't see it. Okay, more dodge. Maybe we'll lead in with something different. I'm pretty sure I don't have any accuracy though. DP on down C, probably not going to save me. Razor Wind does minus DP. Time for bed. Enjoy the rogue sellout. Okay, another one. Maybe we should add like number per string or something. But be sure to check out Exclamation Rogue for all of your energy needs. If you like energy and feeling good, but you don't like all of the terrible chemicals that you put in your body with conventional energy drinks, check out Rogue Energy. They are a sponsor of the stream. They have really good stuff, and you can get 20% off your order using my link or the code SICKLOOT at checkout. Enjoy. Okay, instantly died there. Something blew up. I don't know what, but we instantly died. And now there's people here. I think we might still be on Archer, so that kind of makes sense. Okay. Now we Z buff, accuracy buff, and nuke the lantern. Z buff, accuracy buff. Oh my gosh, he's red already. Our damage is insane when we're Z buffed and accuracy buffed. And that's only 30 more AP. What has happened? Out. Okay, I got stuck in another animation, but we did kill a couple of them. Z buff and accuracy buff, huh? So if I get that accuracy, so that the accuracy add-on and the two precisions, then we will have more accuracy relative than that buff gives me, I believe. Let's just double check. So that will give me, I guess, 6%. Ooh, that's kind of a lot. It's just a flat 6% hit rate. But we'll gain 9% just from the add-on and the two precisions. Without the precisions, we gain, like a good amount as well. What is that? 53, and we go up to 58, yeah. So that would be, I guess, just 11%. That kind of makes sense, mathematically. And then the 16 accuracy will give me another 4% hit rate on them. We'll be up to 68% hit rate instead of 50, whatever we're at now, 53. That is so much hit rate. That's so much more damage. And then we could throw crit crystals in and get even more damage. Man, I'm kind of up for trying this. Let's at least get a accuracy add-on. Ooh, I don't know if there's a skill instructor there. Hello, sir. Let's at least get the accuracy add-on, and then we'll go from there. I don't know what to put it on, though. I guess forward C, because I use that to recover HP as well. Which is this one. It also gives me attack speed, though. I kind of need that. I need both of those. Blasting Gust would probably be a good one. What did that have, actually? More attack speed. I think we're good on attack speed. I will do 5% accuracy. Oh, we can do minus evasion rate as well. We need that on an AoE skill, though. What's the AoE skill that we usually use? I don't really use one, to be honest. Interesting. She used the range defense down AoE skill. I don't even know what that is. Is that this one? Nope. We do use this one a lot though. And I don't need either of those, so we can then do minus evasion rates. What if I just put recover HP on everything and then do accuracy and evasion on everything else? Evasive explosive shot. How does that have 19% accuracy on? Charging wind. Ah, yes. That one's shotgun. Tearing arrow down E. Blasting gust I use a lot. Descending current. Binding arrow is good. I also have never E-buffed ever. And that has 15% accuracy rate on it. And it has a 3-minute cooldown. If we E-buff, and then we use our Call of the Earth accuracy buff, and then it takes us 2 minutes to kill a pack, then we're basically set for the next pack. So maybe we'll try that. Maybe we'll try that. I'll run to the restroom really quick. We will E-buff, we'll accuracy buff. We now have an accuracy add-on. We'll try to take advantage of all three to get a pack down. I really want to have a recording of me killing an Ash Forest pack because I just think that'd be so funny. And then if it's doable, then like leisurely, I'll just kill a pack over and over again or something. I don't know. But give me a minute to run to the restroom and then we'll give it a try. Okay, we're back. I also thought of the bigs giving us accuracy. I don't think it's very much though, but I want to check. The bigs are currently duo. At try, we get 0.5% hit rate. At tet, we get another 0.5%. So, not a huge deal, but it's something. Okay. Let's get the alchemy stone going. For that 8 accuracy. We'll run down the hill. Get our eyes on Lantern Boy. E-buff, accuracy buff, run in with it. We almost one-banged him. Okay. He did almost die there, but then I used the skill I shouldn't have used and got stuck next to all of them. We very nearly nuked him though, that's so crazy. We almost, like the damage increase there was off the freaking charts. And I think the precisions would help so much with that. And if I remembered what skill my accuracy buff was on, that would also help. Blasting Gust, okay. It's so crazy. But now it's on cooldown, so we can't use the E-buff. We'll try the other one, though. We'll try just with the change in the add-on. So I'll do this. I will run up. I'll do that. Okay, instantly dead. Bad start. Bad start. I don't like starting with that skill. We might have to change the accuracy add-on to something else. Okay, that's on cooldown now as well, so we'll just yellow. Now we're not getting back attacks. Okay. I can't use those two skills together. I keep forgetting that. It's so doable. It's so doable. What is the AP cap as well? Because I think we're getting into some crazy stuff here. We're getting into some fine tuning. I don't even know where it is. Camera, probably. 830 is the soft cap. I don't know what my current AP is, but not 830, I'll say that. It's 356. We got a ways to go. We got a ways to go here, boys. 501, okay. Closer than I thought, but still really far away. We actually do insane damage for being nowhere near the cap and also only having a 50% accuracy rate. That's kind of crazy. Our E buff is back, so we're gonna E buff, we're gonna accuracy buff. We're gonna see if we can actually just nuke this guy. I'm so curious. Not quite. He's dead. He's back up. It's taken us so long to kill the pack. He's back up. he's back up. What do we do? What do we do? Is this a tower spot? Is Ash Forest a tower spot now? It took us so long to kill the pack. He spawned again. That was crazy. I think we're closer to this than I previously anticipated. Because even the accuracy increase will be a nearly 18% damage increase. With, like, that alone, just the add-on was 5%, and then if we get the precisions, that'll be another 4% accuracy, which because I'm not hitting 100% of the time, the difference between what I'm hitting now and what I'll hit then is so much more damage. It's actually crazy. I don't know why it keeps defaulting all of these things. I don't even have this stuff. I did not mean to do comparative builds. You're right, calculator. There we go. Yeah, so with our add-on that we just added, we went from 52% hit rate to 57%. And with precisions, we will add another 4%, which as a percent of damage, going from 50% of your damage, 57% of your damage working, to 61% of your damage working, that's huge. That's huge. How come my stream quality is 144p? Yeah, I don't know, man. Probably try like refreshing or manually increasing it. I'm not sure. You get some more from using Church Buff or Alchemy Stone? Yeah, so we are using Alchemy Stone now, which is the 6. So we technically have 58.5% hit rate. We could just do Church Buffs, yeah. I could run and grab Church Buffs. I can't do Villa. Well, I mean, I arguably... No, I can't do Villa at all unless I, like, physically run to the other side of the world and pop the Villa. Church from tent now, right? I think so. Maybe not from my tent. We'll see. Did they add these in? They did. Yeah, another 8 accuracy from that. That is crazy, actually. Let's look how. Let's see what that looks like. So, I think that already puts us at 16 because I think the Alchemy Stone is 8, and that'll be another 8. So we right now can have 61% hit rate, and then if I get precisions, that'll put us at 32, which gets us a 65% hit rate. I guess I could just throw the stone in there and then remove the 8 accuracy from that. Is that 26? 65.5. And then if we get our bags back to try, we'll have 66% hit rate. Use well in Valencia and get build buff from there. Yeah. Yeah. What is the Oh, there's not even accuracy on it. There's no point. Doesn't even have accuracy. Does last a week, the Villa Invitation. I have a free-to-play tent, and you cannot use these from the free-to-play tent. You must equip an orange grade tent in order to use this function. So even if you had the thing, you actually just can't. Even if you have an Old Moon scroll, if you pay for the secret Book of Old Moon, you still can't use it. That's so crazy. We're closer than than I thought. And honestly, the damage, it's sweaty, but it's doable. And the only like more damage and more accuracy just means I wouldn't have to sweat for as long. So I guess the question is, do we just throw in the towel on defense? And we just go for more AP. Is Durin the Tet level guy? I don't know what that sentence even means. I'm so confused. Grinding Ash right now? Yeah, it's going better than I thought it would. Just get accuracy and AP? That'd be so funny. If we just abandon the defense grind, like, let's get the better potion, because the better potion is only going to be more helpful than the tier 2. The tier 3 will just only be better. And then I think we try to get like 261. See what that feels like, you know what I mean? 261, we go get some precision crystals for the extra accuracy. We throw in some crits for more damage, because that's with no crystals at all. We throw in a couple of these like crit crystals. We throw in 2 precisions. That way it's like cheap and replaceable for when we definitely die a lot. And then get up to like a 67 or maybe even a 70% hit rate, somewhere around there. But I have the wild set, and our damage feels okay. Honestly, more damage is just more good. E-buffed, I feel really strong, but that's a 15%. Just need to adjust on combo, flow, and movement. All should be working fine. There is no combo either. I can't even use 2 skills. It's 1 and then move, and then 1 and then move. So I'm just rotating between monster AP, accuracy buff, and that's it. Just talking to the guy asking about Pit of the Undying. Oh, I must have missed the chat. It's my bad. How do I beat the Durin guy and Pit of the Undying? What's it called? BDO Foundry has a really good guide. It kind of like lays out the entire mechanics and stuff. So you could just Google BDO Foundry Pit of the Undying and it should lay it out for you. He's hit you and you match the CC he did to you. Oh, that guy. Yeah. Tragic. That's so crazy. What is AP cap? What would it look like to get to AP cap? We already have good AP for Ash Force. That's so wild. What if I just went... Also, that's 8 more accuracy if we tet the Black Star. And now it's... Yeah, 340 off cap. That's so much more gear. Then we could do a Tri-Narc. There's a lot of little stuff we could do that would help a lot. We're stuck with our Bronte's Bolt, though, if we want to do this. Even like a try Leighton would help a lot as well. 4 more accuracy, 5 more AP. It's really interesting. It's something I'll have to think about because we could totally switch up what we're doing. Do some Katuga for artifacts. I already have the wild set, which is just pure damage. So there's nothing else I really need. How many Tannis on average? At which location? Because they're all a little bit different. For me, Fogan's is probably around 4, I would say. But the last 2 hours we did today, I got 1 each hour. It was really bad. Man, if we can get to the point where I can just kill a pack, if we just think about this objectively, if I get to 261, maybe we go for a Tetnarch, and then we grab the Taurus. If I can kill a pack relatively okay, then theoretically, it would be faster to just do Ash Forest now and go for the pen than it would be to grind up all of the gear and then come back. Make accuracy set of Lightstones into accuracy artifacts. Yeah, I just don't know if that's going to be better, you know? What is the accuracy one? Do you know how much accuracy it is? Off the top of your head, without the artifacts? Those are 8 each. That's kind of huge. That is kind of big. Four marked is 28. Okay, so 16 for the precisions gets us to 67.25. And then it'd be 44 with that. Gets us to 74.25. And then we have the 5% evasion debuff. 79.25. And then we get try bigs. Almost 80% hit rate with the Ators. And then we get a Tet Black Star. 81.75%. And then we get a Tri-Narc. 82.25. Maybe do Ash with Tamer with High Lang to not die in one shot. I can't choose my tag class. It's completely random, so I don't get to choose. That's so interesting. What is the next class? Not next week, but the one after that. On Thursday. How much trash total? 283. Total trash loot. So it's better money an hour than Fogan's. And that's with no loot scroll as well. What do we realistically need? I probably don't want to try it again until we're 261. So, we need to go to Histria because I need to make a necklace. If we can get a Tet Tungrad neck and a Tet main hand Black Star and a Tri-Narc, even the Duo Narc is fine actually. That's only 2 accuracy. We leave those as they are. A Tet neck and a Tet Black Star gets us the bracket. Then we can do, I guess we should start with Kertuga since I already have the latent while we try to get the artifacts. So we can get the accuracy artifacts and then the marked lightstones to get that. And then we do the quest for Ators. 1 Tet Black Star and 1 Tet Tungrad neck gets us the 261 bracket and enough hit rate to be at 83.75 instead of our current 61. People trading can exchange Black Essence Viper. It's not sustainable, Aether. I need something that's like easily spammable. It's a nice hit rate, that'll be noticeable. Yeah, it's another 22% hit rate, which is huge. As a percent, that's probably 20% more damage. More than. Probably 30% more damage. Not to mention, we'd be getting like 4 AP brackets and pretty big ones to boot. So we'd have just way more AP. And I think at this point it would be doable, even without an increase in DP. Because honestly, I don't know that 50 more DP is really going to make a difference to our survivability, but it's really going to make a difference to our time spent. But like right now, we can survive some of the attacks, and I have a very spammable PvE iframe. So what I should do AFK instead of training horses is I should literally just run back and forth and get more breath so that I can spam this This literal PvE iframe a little bit more. I don't think that'll really help, though, to be fair. We're already at level 33. I don't know that's going to help that much, but I might do it anyway. But yeah, a Tet main hand, a Tet neck, and a change in Lightstones, and we're looking at like way more damage than we have right now. And our damage right now is actually not that bad. Like, it really isn't. It's kind of crazy. Let's try with a church buff. Let's do like a real cheap, the cheapest of church buffs. The cheapest one is 2 hours. And we'll go back to trying to nuke this guy. I will Z buff, accuracy buff. He's red already. We got knowledge. We got a knowledge on him. Oh, we kind of clipped one there. Yeah. Started to clip him there. That's crazy. Like, with that increase in AP and accuracy, we definitely just kill that guy before anything else aggroes us. And that's our problem child, right? The guy that can cast range. He's what keeps us dying. And then as long as I can kill everything else before he spawns again, we're good. I'll just turn it into a tower spot. And we're set, you know what I mean? I think right there we could have killed everything before he spawned again, because he just spawned again when we hit respawn. It's so crazy. Even just like a little, that's no crystals, that's no like accuracy artifacts. Nothing. It feels so doable. It's so crazy how doable it feels. I do need to switch up which skill my accuracy's on, though. Because the one it's currently on is really not something I like using in that particular situation. Yeah, we're dead already. What's crazy is how you're still trying. I'm just messing around. I'm having fun. I'm having fun dying over and over and over again. Well, we have 300 trash loot already. It's like, it's so doable. So I think we might just completely shift focus. Worst case, we can't do it at the gear that we're close to, and then we just continue with the normal plan. But I don't think deviating to get a Tet Blackstar and a Tet necklace and then some accuracy artifacts is going to be that crazy. You know what I mean? What are these called? Marked? We'll just throw 4 marks in here and then we will reset again. So what we'll have is the 16 from the 2 crystals. Yeah. 83% hit rate. Right now, we are at, I believe, 57. We make some meals. I don't have enough inventory space to even make a Knight's Combat ration. So... Oh yeah, the church as well. So 24. 85 and a quarter. With a church buff, some precision crystals. We will need to change up our add-ons a little bit because I don't like the skills that these two things are on. That's no E buff. That's no this skill that has a 2-minute cooldown and lasts for 20 seconds and gives 6% accuracy. That's none of that. That's just flat. That is flat. We have an 85% hit rate and we'll be 261 AP. And then if we look at the AP caps, where are we at here? Hello? We are in the good range. The green range at Ash Forest. That's 555 gear score. Did we go for a pen demo at 555 gear score? That'd be so funny. What a time. Actually, we'd probably just get the bags to Tet since we're one off of the pity. So it'd be 569, and that'll help with accuracy anyway. Try to get earring, maybe black distortion's better, have more accuracy and AP. The narc has gamma damage, so it's pretty equal to a disto. I guess we can compare it. So that's 6 accuracy on it. Well, let's compare Tet to Tet if we're gonna do it. 10 accuracy and 20 AP-ish effectively, because it has the extra gamma damage. A disto is 14 accuracy and 18 AP. So a narc would probably be better, right? Well, I guess not. 4 less accuracy. Yeah, maybe a disto. I don't know. What does a disto get us? 271. So we get 269 bracket. That's even more damage. Try Goddard. I don't know if I want to go the Goddard route, to be honest, but we can plug it in. It's 272. I don't think that's too big of a difference. What's our accuracy? 831 instead of 830. 1 accuracy and 1 AP I don't think is worth it. It's not even a bracket. Probably just leave it as it is and then I'll just like meme pen swing or something. I don't know. So the disto is 2 AP brackets. 2 of the biggest AP brackets in the game, by the way. And also some accuracy. The problem is that I don't have a Tet stack for either of these two things. But I do have a bigger than Tet stack. I have 2 120 stacks. A 92 stack that we just extracted, so I guess that's a 150 stack. So we do have enough. What if we... Let's see what a Tet offhand does to it. It's 1 accuracy. And what, 2 AP? Yeah, 1 accuracy and 2 AP, that's not a huge deal. Then we go get the Goddard. because that's one more accuracy than the Destruction Stone. Yeah, I guess it's another bracket, you're right. It's not a big bracket though. 7 AP. So not that big of a deal, to be honest. I guess that's a 5 AP bracket. That's so interesting. So we would gain basically 20, I think it's 22% or 25% more damage just from the accuracy. And then we also just gain like 3 more brackets and almost double our monster AP. Kind of a big deal. If you get a Vel, no need to test sub. Yeah, there's no chance I get a Vel. I think there's probably already no need to tet sub. This is so interesting. The theory crafting. It's so interesting. So I guess we'd be 261 with the Tet Blackstar and the Tet Disto. So do we just do that and then we try it? And we leave the necklace for now? Do you dual stream? I do also stream to YouTube, yeah. We are live on both right now. It is 8:30. It is so much later than I thought it was. We have been here an hour longer than I should have been. It is so very late. I think we do this and then we try it. We come back and we try. So we'll finish getting our bags to Tet. We will finish up the HP potion. Then I think we go for a Tet Blackstar, which is going to be a lot of horse catching, basically. And then we go to Star's End and we get the Disto. And then we come back and we try it at 261, see what it feels like. 265 is huge too. Yeah, it's definitely big. We can also do it with just a try neck. Something to think about. That'll be an increase of 19 AP overall. So if I get another Leighton from... Actually, I have one. If we can get a try Leighton. Or I go for a try Tungrad neck, then we can be 265. Don't forget to Kratuga in there somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, Kratuga for artifacts. We'll probably do that last. Because artifacts do drop from other places. And then I'll start melting them down to try and get the marked stuff. That could be a long grind though, to be fair. So we'll probably do... We'll finish our bags and potion to Tet. Then we will get a Tet Blackstar. Then we'll go to Star's End for a Tet Disto. And then we'll go into Kratuga. Maybe get a Tet, like a try Leighton. And the artifacts. And then we'll probably come back. We'll also have to do a little bit of time at Abandoned Iron Mine to get some of the boxes saved up for the crit crystals, which I don't have either, so that'll increase our damage a lot. And then hopefully we spend enough time in Valencia to get things for precision crystals. Kratuga, I guess, will also help with that, but we get a bunch of sealeds, and I'll just have a stack of sealeds and a stack of the boxes, and we'll only open them as we need the crystal. So if we die and a crystal breaks, we'll start opening them to get another crystal, and we'll stop opening them, if that makes sense. And just have a stack built up. That'll be really interesting. That's kind of like the soul of an Ironman, though, to do things that you shouldn't be doing. So I think it'd be a lot of fun to try to do that. So I think that'll be the current game plan, a little bit of a switch up for the lulls, because it's already sort of doable. You know what I mean? If I was like a better gamer and I had access to food buffs and frenzy drafts, I think we'd have no trouble. Gear crafting isn't even fun in the regular game right now. Your Ironman has made it fun. Yeah. It should be a good time. We'll give it a shot. That'll be the current plan. These freaking gloves need to go though. They're giving me such trouble. So I guess tomorrow when we come back, we will probably do a little bit of horse catching to make money to crawl back to try and tap to tet. And then we're close to the pity on tet, so we should be able to knock that out really fast. And then we'll start going for the main hand black star to tet. Likely using a 120 stack. I guess that means that we are using a 150 stack for Pen Debo. I don't even know what that looks like. What does that even look like? The Borg. That's an 8% chance. It's only 12.5 attempts. That's not that bad. Seem possible to make cron mules through the limited space? Not really, no. I can make stages of the cron meal, like maybe I can get Knight's combat rations, but even that would be tight. Certainly not enough to spend the hundreds of hours we're going to be here. Because it's hundreds of hours. We have to get Tet 12 times just to hit average on Pen. And then the pity is what, 40 or something? Or 50? Whatever it is. Don't even know. I guess we can look. Don't even know. It's supposed to show on here, isn't it? Oh, 20. So the average would be 12.5, the pity would be 20. That's not that bad. 20 tets. We're 3 for 3 right now. I don't have stacks to make 20 tets. But those are only 10 tries to make a tet. It would be painful, but I think it'd be faster just to start as early as we can. Because even if we're like geared, it's still going to be like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours, right? So what's another couple hundred hours if we're not geared? I could also probably cron the early stages. Like maybe we cron up to try and we raw tap tet. That's a thought. Also, various events, they just keep handing us 100 stacks, so the less of them I have to use, the more tet stacks we'll have. It could work. It could work. We could skip like a year and a half of gear progression and just start doing it. Also, if we get 9,700 Caphras, which we're already at 3,300, we could just Caphras the Bigs to Pen. And then have Pen Bigs. So, something to think about. It's another fun way to play, to be honest. Target such high DP and AP for a small gain, but too much. Yeah, I don't know. I tend to prefer to not be uncomfortable in grinds, so I don't like being sweaty, but I was having a lot of fun there. I think it could be fun to do that especially on stream with you guys. And then our chill activity can be horse catching to make money, because it's actually pretty solid money. And that will theoretically pay our way for crons up to try. We can cron up to try, raw tap the tets, raw tap the pens, and I think we just YOLO it. I think it could be fun, you know? And then we're grinding somewhere we definitely shouldn't be, which is a little bit of the spirit of the Ironman, doing things unconventionally, rather than still being on the gear treadmill, just not being able to use storage. And I think it'd feel really good. It'd be really cool to have people coming in here, and I'll just leave my gear up on screen. That'd be really funny. It's a really long grind though. We are not talking a short grind, but it's also a really long grind if we get all of the gear and then go to Ash Forest. So I calculated the cronning pens at 750 billion silver if you have all the tets already to hit pity. So that's not really an option. We're gonna have to raw tap, but imagine doing Ironman to not do the Debo grind, but you do the Debo grind anyway. But like, the way I see it, right, is we skipped every other piece of gear except boss gear, right? I just had quest gear until we got boss gear. So why worry about making Laytons and these other like crap accessories when we can just go for Debos? Why not just go for Debos? After we get the pen Debo from Ash Forest, maybe we would just walk on over to Dekia Crescents and we just make a couple of rings. Why not? But really cool thought experiment there. That'll be something that we'll probably just head in that direction. So initially it'll look exactly the same as it does now. We'll be at Fogan's getting memory fragments, pity pieces, and then we will make a shift over to, I guess, the Black Star, which means money, for crons, which means a lot of capturing horses, essentially. And then we'll go for a disto, and then off to Katuga. I think it'll be Cosmic Justice after enhancing luck on last iron if we one-tap the pen Devo at like 620 gear score with tiny fail sacks. I will be less than 620 gear score. The build that we talked about is not even close to 620 gear score. The build that we talked about is, let's see, is 566 gear score. This is season. But then, if we get the pen Devil, we'll be 280 AP. And 581. Instead of 66. Yeah. That sounds like fun. Okay, unfortunately we are like an hour past for me here. So we gotta get going. I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow is Sunday, so it is technically the last day of the week that I'll stream. After that, it'll be Thursday. But we will basically just be back to Fogan's with a new mindset, a new grind really hard, get these bags done. I guess after we finish this, after we get the bags to Tet and we get them fully recovered, there's no point in me doing Fogan's anymore, so I guess we'll just go, I don't know, actually grind Ronros or something to finish off the potion. And then we'll start making money, which involves a lot of horse catching, to get our main hand Black Star to Tet, and then off to Star's End, get a quick disto, and then go to Katuga for the Tri Layton and artifacts. And then we're basically full steam ahead at Ash Forest. Hopefully it feels good, but that'll be the next time we try it, probably, is like 261, 265, somewhere in there with the accuracy artifacts. But really appreciate you guys hanging out today. And I will see you guys tomorrow.